do a quick recap. Um, so, last session, you guys, the group discussed at annoying length the fate of the letters found in Lance's cave. Eventually, what could have been mitigated literal hours earlier, Iluna took notes on the letters and you copied them down in Goblin, destroying the original copies in the end. After all that, the group decided to wait until morning to go and see Galio due to the rain and thunder that was outside. Me and you discussed at the bar about getting you some arcane inks, and were told by one of the patrons there that Galio, the wizard in town, might have some available. The next morning, the group made their way to the tower. There, they met 3 guards, 2 humans, and a dwarf. They inquired about speaking with Galio and were told to head up at their own peril due to the recent hauntings. The group inquired about this and were told that they have been noticing tools going missing, strange chills in the air, and spooky whisperings. They also said that the night before they witnessed a ghost appear before them in the figure of an old man with wild hair and burning eyes. They explained that after that they told Galio that they weren't going to be going back there until it was no longer haunted. Galio trying to call them back, and the guards just making their way down to the base of the tower. One guard, at this point, Smith and you tried convincing the guards to lead them up to the tower. One guard outright refusing, disrobing his tabard and spear, and leaving his post entirely. The other 2 reluctantly agreed to at least lead the group to the door and to call out to Galio for them. At the top of the tower, the guards... While discussing this, Albina looked up at the tower and saw what appeared to be a dark-skinned woman looking down upon all of them, standing at the top of the tower. Once the guards and you got up to the tower, the guards called out to Galio and allowed the players to enter. Once inside the rain-puddled entry hallway, you, Iluna, and Smith wasted no time in divulging into their baser instincts and disregarding all decorum and manners, and dove headfirst into the guards' belongings, even though they were clearly just standard-issue bags. Galio then emerged from his study literal seconds later and yelled at the impolite grab hands, 2 of which ended their pilfering of personal belongings, while you stuck to his guns and went elbow deep into the sack. At this point, a raucous back and forth commenced between the 2 groups, the party trying to explain that they were looking for clues to the haunting, Galio explaining that that made no sense, Iluna then attempting to inquire about the cords, and me claiming that Galio wasn't important enough to help and to be part of the council, which really didn't help. After a bit of yelling and hurt feelings, the collective finally relaxed a bit, and Galio explained that he has been very irritable due to his poor sleeping habits. I want to rephrase that. Due to his while he's here, he's been having some poor sleep. And it's at that point that we're going to be picking up. Oh, also, while there, Smith noted that Galio had a fair collection of arcane inks and special scrolls and whatnot to make actual spell scrolls. And that he also had a number of books in there that were from the library that is just above this floor. And it was in that discussion that you took a look at the book to try and decode it, but was unable to do so even with his warlock invocation. And at that point, there was a bit of a breeze through this place. It's still early in the day. It's about 8:30 in the morning as you guys got here. So the rain is coming down outside. And it's at that point that one of the pieces of one of the tools on the counter here, or on the table here, falls off as this breeze rolls through the place. Because that's where we're going to pick up, where when this happens, Gallio's standing there at the door, and he looks at all of you and says, all right, well, I'm going to be in here if you need me. I have some business to attend to. I got to write a letter for my brother Steven. It's his birthday today, and I want to get that out to him as soon as I can.
That's interesting.
And with
bullshit. Steven gets a letter. I got all my animal companions killed.
yeah.
It doesn't say it's gonna be a good letter. Could tell him how if you order pizza times 2, it's not gonna happen. Too bad.
So yeah, you guys, he has his door like slightly cracked open. So you guys are free to move about the tower as you wish.
You said anime.
Anime was kind of acting a little bit skittish towards this top left corner.
Okay, she said something. She's like something is there, and
Yeah.
So where are we going, guys? We want to explore this lower room first.
I'll say, just keep in mind on this floor at least, there is the main room that you guys are in. There's also the hallway leading down, which you can see there are 2 rooms that kind of go off from those.
We were told by someone there's a kitchen in here.
You were.
Where are we going, guys? Where's the kitchen?
I mean, that's something that you would have to go around and check.
I'm gonna send this anime slightly ahead of me. Whoa, I can't let her go. I can't set her down. I was gonna move Iluna and she got stuck.
Okay, are you sending anime ahead?
Yeah, we've seen this little hallway. We saw the stairs in the corner, so
Yep.
I'm not planning to go upstairs.
Okay, so are you sending
Yeah.
anime down the hallway?
Just like a little bit ahead of me.
Okay.
Is anybody else coming?
Sure, I will.
All right. So you send her down the hallway. Nothing really jumps out to her. She kind of looks into the one room, and she gives you this this description. There's a lot of there's a lot of rubble in there. And as she continues down the hallway, she then says that there is, she can see a chimney in the next room and a table denoting the kitchen. But yeah, as you walk up to this room that you're standing in front of, you can peer inside. In here is mostly just a mass of rubble and debris that has collapsed in. That you can see a little bit of wood sticking up underneath this massive pile of rubble. But you're really not able to see much of what's in there. Sorry, say that again, Smith? Oh, your mic's kind of like sounding underwater.
I heard him say he wants to detect magic. That's the most I got.
Oh, yeah. You had, I'm sorry, I meant to turn that back on because you had recast that.
I would like to take a look.
Oh shit, you did have that on. Okay. Yeah, you take a peek into the room as well. Say everyone kind of moves up a little bit. As you're peering into there, there's really nothing that you're able to detect directly in there. As you kind of glance in. Now I will say it's very faint. It's almost like just powder into the corner. You sense that at one time there was something magical within this room, but you kind of get this general sense from all around you the moment you walked into this tower, for the most part. Like, at one time, this tower was just, like, magic incarnate. But yeah, as you peer in, you can see that this room, like, you get a feeling that from the, like, collective of dust kind of giving off this slight hue in the corners of the room, that this room, that whatever was in this room at one time probably had a magical essence. Because beyond that, the most that you can see is just there's some wood sticking out underneath this massive pile of rubble.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, welcome back, buddy. The group is starting to explore the first floor.
This room?
What's that, Smith?
This room?
Oh, I can't. Why am I having such a hard time hearing you?
I'm having a hard time too.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah, me
using my
too.
phone like I always am.
Oh, that's better.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll say whatever you just did there was a little better.
This one's a closer.
Okay, yeah, because I'll say it sounds a little muffled.
Can I check out the next room?
Yeah.
yeah.
You guys head forward as you do. You step into what clearly looks to be a kitchen of some kind. The remains in here mostly unused, just covered in a layer of masonry dust and rubble as well. The chimney that stands over the hearth extends half the height of the tower before opening up into the breached third floor. In this room, you don't detect anything. You do see that the guards have put some of their equipment in here. You can see that there are some like chests with tools in it. You can also see some bedrolls as well that are stuffed to the one corner.
Hmm.
Is that a room to the bottom of us?
So to the bottom of where Cephas is, this is actually just walking out onto the main, like walking outside.
Oh, okay. I see it now. I couldn't see anything on the map before.
Yeah.
I just want to, I guess, keep or ask Anime to keep me alerted to anything. If she sensed something ghost-like before, she can kind of let me know if she senses that again.
Okay. She is going to sit on your shoulder because you can see that, you can see the chill in the air, the kind of essence that is, enwrapping this tower, is causing her a little discomfort. So she is kind of sitting on your shoulder, kind of pressing up to you.
So Smith, you don't see anything in particular, magic-wise, anything?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Did you say, what did you say?
She asked if you... Oh, go ahead.
You didn't see anything magic-wise worth noting then?
No, not really. Nothing that really stood out, unfortunately. Or
Okay.
fortunately.
Yeah. I'll say the detection of magic might be a good and bad thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I guess we're looking for ghosts. Well, no one knows what what would denote a ghost has been somewhere, right? There's not. It's not like Ghostbusters with ectoplasm all over the place.
No, this is closer to Luigi's Mansion.
Mario.
I want to look for clues, but I don't know what kind of clues I'd be looking for. Something that causes the ghosts that might be.
I'm gonna go dig through this rubble.
You're gonna dig through the rubble?
Okay.
I'm gonna dig
I guess
through
I'm
the
gonna
rubble.
look a little
Okay.
around the room to investigate. I don't know what kind of clues I'm looking for. I don't know what causes ghosts except for dead people. Dead people, I guess.
Well, lucky for you, I'm a professional because I am in fact a ghost.
Partially true.
I suppose looking for remains of dead people. I would think the wizard would have found dead people already, but I guess not.
All right. So, me. How long are you spending trying to dig through here?
just about the time of them investigating that, or until one of them says, "Hey, we're heading upstairs" or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Roll.
said there's a room attached to that?
What's that, Smith?
You said there's another room behind that rubble?
There's like a little small closet in this
Oh, okay.
room. But again, it's just all it's kind of choked off with rubble.
Gotcha. It's a
Um,
little closet area.
yeah, pretty much. Is anyone helping me dig through the rubble?
I guess I'll help me.
Okay.
Good.
You better help me.
Meh. No, you's not helping me. You saying fuck you, me.
I mean, some encouragement. That's all.
Okay.
Verbally.
You could do
Verbally.
it.
Yeah, you guys, Iluna, Smith, and Albina, you guys start going up into the kitchen. You're looking around. You guys then start to hear some rubble shifting over in that other room. And Albina, as you come around, you peek into that room, you can see that me and you have started digging through the rubble there, kind of shifting it and moving it out of the way. While this goes on...
Insert King Boo laugh here.
Yeah. While this goes on, Iluna, in the room that you're standing in, as you're kind of walking around trying to look at everything, you see, you look off to the left, and suddenly a can that was on one of the shelves just falls over. Creates this loud clatter, and as soon as that happens, you look over, you can see the dust has kind of kicked up from this. But from behind it, you can see that there is a mouse scurrying across the shelf.
Oh, I suppose I'd be a little startled, but it just seems like mice are in this kitchen. Anime, did you sense anything aside from lay mouse?
She says that she did not. Me and you, I need you guys to make me some strength checks.
Oh, well, I have a -1 in that. Let's go. There's a 6.
Holler at Septus, he's strong.
I got a 9.
Yeah, you guys start moving some of these rocks out of the way. They're kind of clattering to the ground. You hear this bang come from behind you, from the room that the others are in. But you realize that you are starting to get somewhere with this, as you can see that some of the wood that's underneath of this rubble, there appears to be what looks like some fabric and some padding that is alluding to you that there could be a bed underneath this.
Interesting. There's not much I can do. I mean, I can go through the rubble, but that's not going to help get anything out. Guess we found where his actual bed is located. Maybe that's why he can't sleep. I guess we should try going deeper into this tower, seeing what ghosts are around, if they are any.
We do we offhand know how long Galileo would have been at this tower? Like how long they've been?
You do not, because nobody asked him that.
Well, I meant generally, like, the whole council had been down at Lelon for like a certain length of time ish.
Lylon, like, that was never anything that was. They told you they've been down there for. They've only told you that they haven't been there for very long.
Okay.
You know what specific time frame that would be has not been established with the group. But the thing to consider is that, as what me and you would actually know, Lylon, in a very small capacity, has existed kind of in this, like, weird way to describe a town, but like a fugue state almost, where there are still people that are there. There are still people that try and thrive there and try and live there. But it's not many, it's just a handful, because, you know, the place is just filled with tragedy. It's kind of a one thing after another. So there's always been at least a handful of people there who stay there. But this is the most recent time that there has been this many people in town pursuing any kind of rebuild. So what that time frame is, you would not know that off the top of your head.
Okay. So my investigation didn't spill anything except the can from a mouse.
Yeah, looking in there, like I said, it's mostly just like the remains of what used to be a kitchen. You know, some cans on the walls, like bottles and stuff like that, some utensils, but for the most part, it's all just covered in dust, debris, rubble. There's a couple chests in there that have the same emblems of the Neverwinter Guard, but you can see, like, one of them's opened up and it has some tools like pickaxes, shovels, stuff like that. Besides that, there's the chimney, which extends up, eventually going into the open air. But beyond that, there's really not much.
Was it this room or the lower room that kind of was the rubble you could see upstairs or something?
It's this one. The chimney extends up into the break, essentially. So it's like half the height of the tower before opening into the breached third tower. So there's you can see, you know, a little bit of sky. There's some water that's trickling down in, and it's kind of creating a small puddle in front of the hearth, but it's very quickly just draining out through a hole in the wall.
Okay.
The same hole, in fact, that the rat ran out through.
I'm gonna go ask Galileo how long he's been here.
Okay.
There, I moved super fast.
While she is doing that, Smith, Albina, and Cephas, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna get Webster out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay running around exterminating vermin.
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
kind of just following Smith around.
Okay. All
Alright,
right.
I should probably wait for everybody else.
Say it again, Smith.
Ready to go upstairs, but I'm gonna wait for everybody else.
Okay.
Getting seconded.
Yeah, you see Webster. You give him this command, and he looks at you and nods. And you see that the little, you see like the little mechanical prod that sticks out of him that delivers that electric jolt. It kind of comes up and out, and you see some electricity starting to spark off of it. And he hops down on the ground, starts scurrying about. You see Smith and Albina coming down from the hallway as Webster goes up and around. And from the corner of that room, after a few minutes, you hear this bzzz and a small little thud.
Oh no. Get a rat.
All right, so before Iluna goes and talks to Galio, me and you go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and roll me another strength check.
No one's better. That's a 15.
Okay.
I'm just kicking rocks, apparently.
Yeah, so you know, you guys are starting to get through here. You see that there's what looks to be a bed under here at some point. So, you know, you kind of are like a little more motivated to look into this. For you, the rubble that's filling that closet is just ever so slightly filling back in what he's doing. So it's just this like, I move 5 rocks and 5 rocks appear where I was. So go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That's a 12.
That is a 12. Okay. Okay, I'll get back to that in just a minute. All right, so Iluna, you head up. You go up. You peer into the room where Galio is standing. You can hear him kind of mumbling to himself, and he goes, "What in the hell did I do with that sapphire blood? Oh, shit."
His door's not shut.
No, he left it. He left it a little open in case you guys had a question. But you hear him kind of mumbling to himself, and he says, "Where the hell did I leave that sapphire blood? Oh, I got that just for the occasion."
I would kind of wait.
Sorry about it. I had to shut my door.
It's a good way of doing it. I would gently like knock on the doorway like
Okay.
nearby and try to get his
Yeah, you knock. He his head pops up. He goes, "Oh, yes."
I was just wondering how long you've actually been in this tower and if you ever came across maybe some passageways or secret doorways or anything.
Oh, secret doorways. No, can't really say that I have. I mean, the upstairs is still a bit rough. With everything that's gone on. Well, the second floor, the library, it's not nearly as bad, but you know, it's still a bit precarious. But the third floor, I mean, that's the one that's entirely blocked off. Can't even get into Thalavar's old room.
Thalavar, he was the previous wizard here.
That is correct.
How long ago? Approximately.
Now, he was here 100 years.
100 years ago.
About that, I mean,
So,
he's, the thing is, you know, it was, this town has got a bit of a history. I mean, it was, sometime in the last, I'd say 200 years or so, this wizard, Thalavar, well, he came to Lylon and settled and built this tower as a laboratory for his magical studies. He was very interested in studying the planes of existence. And at the top of the tower, he created this planar beacon that would allow him to see into other worlds. But unfortunately, while he was able to peer into these other worlds, kind of, you know, was like moths to a flame to the creatures that lived on the other side. So, luckily for him, though, he was able to create something that would paralyze them. Well, over the years, the tower became filled with his research, and he had a pretty impressive menagerie of monsters from the claims. Fortunately, one summer, though, he stopped visiting the town, and some folks tried to investigate, and they never returned, so the tower became shunned. But adventurers, like yourselves, started showing up here and there, and, well, as the history books would tell you, the spell plague, when it happened, something terrible happened here. The plane of beacon was, well, redirected. All the inhabitants of Lylon were frozen in place, and creatures that were paralyzed by the thing, well, they were free to run amok. But eventually, the forces from Neverwinter tore down the beacon, and, well, now we're looking to rebuild it. You know, I mean, we're not, and he hears that, and he goes, I'm not necessarily, you know, I don't have all the same aspirations as Thalavar, but his information is invaluable to me.
Is all information of that sort. So you and the rest of the council members were sent here by Lord Neverember.
I was sent as a representative of a college of wizards, but that trip and the research is being funded by Lord Neverember. Except as this conversation's going on, you see Webster come out dragging the bodies of 3 dead rats.
Oh my.
Webster's got skills.
He just kind of like piles them up in the one
Ooh.
corner. And he
Well,
just continues going about his hunt.
So how long have you been here then? And you've been in the tower the whole time?
Well, I've been here for about as long as the council's been here. We've been here for maybe about 10 days or so. Hasn't been very long.
And you said you've been not sleeping well. Was that the whole time? Or
Yeah, about the time I got here.
that's quite a while to go without proper sleep.
Yeah, and you he just kind of nods. He says, "Yeah, well, I got to get my work done."
Okay. I was just curious if you did find anything like passages that might explain why it seems there's ghosts. Could
Sorry,
be.
say it again.
I said I just mostly wanted to ask about passages which might explain why it seems like there are ghosts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really tell you about that. I mean, there's still. He kind of gestures, over towards where me and you have been working. He's like, well, there's a room over there that we haven't really been able to. We haven't taken all the time to clean out, but eventually, and well, like I said, upstairs on that top floor, it's been almost completely blocked off ever since we got here. So. We've been trying to focus on getting the library and getting down here cleaned up so that it's at least manageable.
Of course. Yeah, me and you look like they were clearing some of that up in the room across from the kitchen. So, you don't mind me asking, I thought I overheard you say something about sapphire blood.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
before I came in.
Oh, yeah. There's just something related to what business I have to attend to. My brother, Steven, he's an artificer, and he's real big into dragons, and I was able to procure a small vial. I'm still looking for it. It's a small vial of sapphire dragon blood. It's hard to come by, and it doesn't stay in a liquid form for very long when exposed to the elements. So I decided since I'd be able to use it for some scribing with relation to the effects of sapphire dragons, that I might use a little bit of it for my brother's card. He's real big in the color blue.
Of course. It seemed an unusual. I don't think I've heard of people using blood as ink.
Well, you have to apply it
I'm
to a
not
binding
scribe,
agent.
so-
It's you can use ink. You can use blood as ink, but it'll eventually corrupt itself. But if you put it with an arcane binding agent, it will last. It'll retain a shimmer to it. The thing to keep in mind is that sapphire dragons are terrifying, debilitating creatures, and they possess very strong telepathic abilities. So it's not necessarily something that I just want to be laying around, because apparently that blood in the wrong hands could have some ill effects. So just gotta find that. Luckily, I know it's gonna still be somewhere in this room.
Well, good luck finding that. I'll let you know if I see it elsewhere.
Oh, much appreciate that.
I don't think I want to face a sapphire dragon anytime soon.
No, neither do I.
Thanks for your time. If we have any other questions, I assume we'll find you in here.
Yep, I'll be in here. Should be finishing this up as soon as I find that. And well, yeah. Like I said, if you need anything, let me know. And while that goes on, you start getting through more of this rubble, and eventually you find what appears to be a small piece of bone. It looks to be, like it almost looks to be like a finger or a toe, but of a small creature.
When you say small, do you mean like rat small, kobold small?
I mean, depending on depending on what this creature could be, you know, it could be big for what it is. It could be small for what it is. I will say that it looks, if this was a human, it would be small for a human. If this was a rat, it'd be
Gotcha.
huge for a rat.
Gotcha. Well, found our first finger. I'm instantly just gonna put that in my pocket as I yell down the hallway towards the group, going, "Hey guys, we found some bone!" And then I'm
Here.
gonna keep digging, waiting for them to come up or anything. More or less in the same area I found the bone, thinking maybe the rest of it's still here because it had to be attached to something.
Okay.
Ugh.
So you go. Is anybody heading over whenever he yells out, "We found some bone"?
Albina will.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
Septus.
mean, once I finish my chat.
Yeah, because by the time that your chat is finished, that's when that call out was made. So you guys, is anyone else? Now that this has been found, is anyone else going to help with the removal of this, of the debris here?
Also the very first thing I do is I take the finger out of my pocket and just kind of be like, "Look, see?" and just kind of hold it up to anybody nears me face and just like everybody's face going like, "Told you I found a finger."
So, Iluna would make a grumpy face at Septus and his ridiculous necklace of fingers, because that's what that would remind her of.
Actually,
Just glare
yeah,
at him briefly.
it kind of does, because when he pulls this out and shows it to you, this does in fact have the same very light bone structure of a fey creature.
Hey!
Not exactly the same as the fingers that are on Septus's necklace, because those are mummified and everything. But this is just bone, but it is of a slender, you know, elven bones have a very are made of a very obscure material, not exactly like normal human bone. It's a lot lighter, almost like bird bones in a sense. So because of that, you're almost able to immediately recognize this. I'll say Smith as well. The two of you recognize this as what would be, you know, a fey bone of some kind.
"You guys want to help me dig up a dead body?" he says with the biggest grin on his face.
But I don't know. I think Iluna would just mumble to herself about fingers being freaking everywhere. Like, of course they're. It seems fey. She remembers the necklace.
Septus just starts pulling rock out like a machine,
Okay.
tossing it everywhere.
Yeah, I would offer some help, but if Septus is jumping in.
No, Albina's not gonna be digging anything up.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be like, where'd you find this?
All right. So.
Do I need to roll something,
Yes.
or
Yes.
just-
Whoever is helping, go ahead and roll strength checks.
One with -1 rolls better than the machine.
Oh. I rolled better than expected, but the strength checks, they're at the top. Because my strength saving throw is higher than my strength
Right.
check.
Yeah, no, this is a check. This is not a
Nice.
saving throw.
Joke's on you, mine's
But I
-1
rolled
either
lower,
way.
so-
While you guys are going about this, you're starting to clear this off a lot faster. There's a moment where everything goes silent and it's only for about a split second, and then everything comes back. You know, the sound of rain outside, the sound of the distant thunder, it all kind of mutes, and then it comes back a second later.
I think we're getting closer to something that doesn't want to be found.
And
You didn't
after
hear that too.
yeah, so after a few minutes of searching through this, now that you have some extra help, you guys are eventually able to unearth the body of a creature, a humanoid. It's difficult to tell what exactly it would be, but you can definitely see that it has the slender shape of a fey creature. But everybody go ahead and give me a... I'm going to say either give me a history or nature check.
It doesn't matter. They're both +1 for me, but I'll do nature. No, 20!
Oh, good job.
What's your rolling? Sorry, cut out.
History or nature. I think we're just waiting on Albina.
Is she?
You hear, Hannah?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the people digging only.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, everybody can see the body at this point. So, yeah, you're more than welcome to roll if you want to roll either history or nature.
Ooh, pardon me.
It's rolling.
Okay.
Rolling.
Get those dice rolling.
This atmosphere stuff is definitely like working. It kind of sounds
Yeah,
a
I'm
bit
loving it.
spooky around here.
Well, it's the one. There's a guy that I've been following for a while, and I have considered spending the money to actually buy the loops for everything. But this is Michael Gelfie Studios. It's Haunted Lighthouse and Rain and Thunder. Thing is I just have to like go back in and click through them to get back through the video on them. Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
So, between Albina, me, and you, the three of you recognize this creature. And it takes you a minute, but you realize that this, like, with the size that this is and the bone structure, with Iluna and Smith both in agreement that this is a fey creature, this body structure to the three of you is very clearly a fairy. So it's about the size of it's a smaller size fey creature that was crushed underneath all of this rubble at one point.
Can we tell how old?
You are not able to.
Oh,
The bones are kind of like, twisted and contorted into the rubble. As you guys were moving, you could see they kind of, fall a little bit here and there.
So what you're saying is there's no rings on the inside of the finger to tell us how old they are?
No, they're not like trees.
Damn.
This could
Ugh.
definitely still fetch a decent price on the market.
On the
Oh,
black
God.
market.
Maybe even sell it over to Aubrey. He always enjoys
Harriet.
these weird things.
Mm,
Are you saying this
Harriet.
out loud?
Yes, I very
Oh.
much am.
What?
Okay.
I say
Um,
black market in message to me.
Okay.
But maybe this is the cause of a ghost.
Nah, it's been dead far too long.
You know.
Pretty sure any magic this thing had died with it.
No, it's spirit.
Phenomena.
I don't think magic causes spirits to remain.
Well, tons of things cause
Um,
spirits to remain. He kind of stuffs the skeleton in his pocket.
None of us have any magic to be like. It's pretty far gone to talk to this dead thing.
You can actually see that, like, I mean,
Sort of an out of game question because I know talking to dead is a thing, but I don't know the magic our crew has to do.
so
Cleric.
Speak with Dead is a spell, and it is a 3rd level cleric spell. But I also know that Albina does not have that readied for the day.
Yeah, no.
And I will say that if it is brought up, Albina, we'll say that maybe even in that moment when you looked at this and you were kind of eyeing up the body, you even have the thought in your head that Speak with Dead, even though like you could prepare it the next morning, the skull to this thing, it doesn't have a mouth.
Okay.
So it can't talk to you anyhow.
I don't think that's gonna work, you guys.
Yes.
I say we
and
keep
no
investigating.
with hand gestures. Yes, of course. I'm
I want to see
suddenly
what more
curious
goodies
if
we can find.
Galio
Wait,
knows
what about
anything
what about him?
about Galio.
That's what I wanted to ask. I didn't know what you were asking him.
If he knows anything about why a fairy would be here from the history with Thalazar.
Thalavar, for what it's worth.
Salad bar.
Shut the fuck up. I was waiting.
Goodness.
I was waiting for one of you to come up with something.
Oh man.
He's best friends with Ass Weasel.
God damn it. And avocado.
Yep.
Yeah. If you go over and ask Galio, he tells you that he says, well, I can't really say that I know of anything that might be. I mean, Thalavar was a human, for what it's worth. So if this thing is that small as you described, I'm not sure what it would be. But it must have been in here. I imagine it would have. Well, and he sort of ponders for a moment. He says, Actually, that doesn't make sense. It wouldn't have been one that was in the cells upstairs. Because if that was the case, it would not be buried the whole way down here. It would have been, when the tower fell so long ago, it would have been unleashed. So this would have been in the tower during the destruction.
So that bedroom was oh my goodness, why can't I remember his name? Mr. T, the wizard.
I pity
I
the
pity
fool.
the fool.
Right there, Thalavar.
Salad bar. I'm hungry.
I'm
Me
gonna
too.
remember it as salad bar.
He says, "Well, no. As I said, Thalavar's room is upstairs.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not exactly
That's
sure
what I
what
thought.
that room was. We had not cleared out all that rubble, but if there was somebody staying here with him, it could have been a servant or a companion of his.
A significant other? Question mark.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know very much of Thalavar's personal life.
How would that work? A human and a fairy and
You
hold
get
on, I gotta
half-elves.
Google. Hold on, I'm just gonna Google this for imagery, and I'll post it directly
Yeah.
into the P5 chat.
That's it.
No, it's important research.
You're gonna Google a salad bar?
So, God. Oh no. Salad bar just reminds me of high school. For some reason. Anyhow. So,
Well,
it might have been a servant or companion of some.
It's very possible.
There's only one way to find out is to go up.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But didn't you say there was a cabinet in that room?
No, there's like a
Closet.
closet. Yeah, there's a
Closet.
closet. Yeah, it's over in the corner. It
Anything
was
in the closet?
yeah, it was just kind of, filled with rubble as well.
Oh.
We didn't find any like papers or personal belongings to said fairy or whatever it was.
No, you did not. It was just the
Man,
body.
Bare bones in this.
It was just the bones that were like kind of crushed into the bed there.
Did Septis look south? I don't remember if he went
He looked outside, yeah, which just looks out over the
like
over the
down there.
walkway up pretty much. Because again, the thing to consider is that you guys are in this tower, and here we go. Yeah, you guys are in this tower. So looking out, the entrance that you guys walked into is the one on the left. The one that Seftis looked out of was the one on the front there, the one on the right.
I thought we came in the front. I think that's where my confusion was. I definitely thought we came in the front.
I mean, the difference is that it's more like the incline, like the pathway, to give you a little bit of an understanding, how it looks. The one is like stairs going up, the other's a pathway that leads around to the scaffolding. And like being that there's like ladders that go up to the scaffolding, that's what going out of that southern door leads over to.
Yeah, because when you said it was an entrance, I was confused because I thought we went in the entrance. But anyhow, who's going upstairs first?
Yeah,
Me.
Who's you? Okay.
I mean, okay, fine. I'll go upstairs first since you offered.
I think Septis
I didn't offer
should
shit.
go first.
How can you put him in front? Use him as a shield.
All right. So I'm gonna move Seftis up there. Who's following up behind him?
Me? Well,
Yeah,
not
me.
Alina.
Me.
Okay, who's following up
Who
behind
is
me?
up there?
You.
Okay.
I said Iluna.
No, you said
Doesn't
me.
matter. I did. I pushed
Alright.
me
Aluna
up the
will.
stairs.
I mean,
and
Aluna.
then
Albina will
followed
go after
behind.
you.
Okay. I'm gonna move you guys. I'll move all you guys up here. So you're
Or
up
anime
in
with the
you're up in the hallway. Anime will be on your shoulder. There's just a few too many
Yes, I
tokens. A few too many tokens on the screen. And Iggy will be. Iggy actually says that he is just going to stay down there, and make sure that nobody breaks into the place. Okay, so yeah, you guys get up to this. You guys make your way up to the second floor. Cephas, as you get up there, you enter into a long hallway. There are 3 doors in here, 2 on your right, 1 on your left, and as you look down towards the end of the hallway, you can actually see that the pathway leads to the outside. That this is where some of that scaffolding has been erected, and you can see the rain falling and pattering down onto it.
Raindrops falling on my head.
But you are...
I'm going to go in that left door.
Okay, you're going to go to the one right below you or the one over here?
Yeah, the one above me.
Okay. All right, you head up through the hallway.
Nope.
And as you open up that door, inside of this room, as you open it up, there is a bit of a must that comes out, kind of lingers in the air a bit. On the walls, you can see there are a number of bookcases. They are stacked to the brim with research notes, books, scrolls, all kinds of stuff. Most of it, though, kind of appearing to be aged and dated, with like a moldy smell in the air. You imagine that some of that has come from these pages. The other thing that you note is that in the center of the room is a statue, and it is of a girl, a peasant girl, with her finger pressed to her lips, almost as if in a hushing gesture.
That's not creepy.
What do you see, Cephas?
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Is it?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I dropped out again. Last thing I heard was a statue with a finger. That was all I got.
Yeah.
So that's it. Nothing else happened.
Yeah. Other than, like I said, other than the books, the books on the shelves and everything like that, and then the statue. That's really the only thing you see in here.
I guess I'll go in and just check around the edges of the walls and stuff, and maybe look at the statue.
Sure.
See if there's anything unusual around there.
Okay.
Do you let us know, or we're just gonna follow because you didn't make a?
Yeah. What is everyone
I'm
else
assuming
doing?
someone would be following.
Yeah. Me, are you heading in right after?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be the one that makes the comment verbally on, well, that's a creepy statue.
Albina, that's gonna look in the room and try to see if she knows anything about it. But I don't know.
Yeah, as you guys walk into this room, if you're all heading into the same room, you'd all be able to get in and take a look at this thing.
Yes.
So,
Be careful with the books.
everyone roll me either a religion or arcana check.
Oh, religion, okay.
Yeah. Smith, you do not detect any magic in this room.
Nothing on the scrolls or anything?
Nothing that you like. There's no aura emanating from it.
Okay.
Top 20.
Who we missing?
I got a 22.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what I was looking for. So everyone but Iluna and me, you all recognize this figure as the goddess of magic herself, Mistra. Now, the thing is that as you are looking at this, who of those... So we got you and Smith. I see something. Okay, yeah. You and Smith, when you look at this, you the two of you recognize this as Mistra. Like I said, she is the goddess of magic. But the two of you notice something a little more particular about it, and that is that on the back side of this statue, you can see that there is there's like almost like a vandalization. Like there appears to be a magical symbol carved into the back that has been scratched out and like broken. And the two of you are able to recognize this. This is a sigil representing transmutation magic.
Huh.
That's not giving anything.
What was that, Smith?
I'm assuming that's not giving off any sort of aura.
It is not giving off any aura. And being that you have detect magic, I will kind of give this, I'll kind of give you this idea that you think because this sigil has been like broken and like carved through, that you feel that whatever magic was within it is no longer there. This is the symbol that you guys recognize. That is the transmutation symbol.
It's carved in there?
Say that again?
You said it's carved in there?
It's carved onto the back, yeah. So there's, on the back of this statue, there is this symbol. It's, etched into it, but the symbol has been, like, scratched through and broken.
They let us know.
That is entirely up to them.
Yeah, I'll explain that to the group. I'll explain that to the group.
Okay. Yeah. Smith explains to the group what the symbol is.
Could it be that statue is something else, or... Listen, I'm not the magic person. That's why I keep him around. You know what? That's actually the response I expected.
Well, if you and Smith would like to give me another Arcana check. Yeah. The two of you know that transmutation magic is the school of magic that transforms and alters the state of an object.
Like me.
Sure.
Well, like you.
I mean, in fact, changelings are the polymorph is transmutation in itself, so.
Did they also mention that it's a statue of Mistra?
I mean, that could have been anyone to mention that, so I do not know.
Yeah, did anyone mention it? So I was gonna ask if it's known that she typically stands there with her finger across her lip, or is that like unusual way to see her depicted? But if I don't recognize her and nobody's mentioned that's who it is, then I can't ask that question.
Sorry, I kind of got lost with what Albina knew.
Albina knows that this
And-
is Albina knows that this is Mistra, the mother of all magic.
That's all.
I mean,
Because
like
I know you said Smith and me. Was it
Smith,
and me?
Smith, Seftis, and you all recognized that. All recognized what this statue was. I would say that Smith and you would definitely know more of the practical use or the practical knowledge of Mistra, being that she is
Nope.
through which what all magic is brought forth into the world, and that she's actually the second version of the goddess, but it is through her will that the weave stays so that magic can maintain, whereas for Albina and Seftis, with your more religious knowledge of her, you know that she is the goddess to which mages would often align themselves to, that it is from her that it was because of her sacrifice to protect the weave, that actually brought back the spell weave during the time of the spell plague, that it was actually her death that caused the spell plague. So as for the specific look of her, that's one the known description of the mortal that became Mistra was of a beautiful peasant girl.
I think
I would tell Eileen that if she needed it still.
Okay.
Can I try pushing the
I was
statue?
Yeah, you can. With your innate strength, you are able to move it. It kind of like shifts across the ground. I don't know how far you want to move it or anything like that, but like you are able to move it.
Ooh,
Hmm.
go Smith. Which direction do you move it then?
I imagine maybe
Or not
moving it
Smith,
to the
Smith.
left a little bit.
Yeah. I was
Into
just like fishing some like secret
oh
lock or something,
yeah.
or mechanisms, that type of thing.
Yeah, when you push it, nothing really happens. You're able to push it in a way that it doesn't topple or anything like that. But yeah, there's really nothing else that happens when you move it.
Okay. I'm not sure if there's anything else I want to do in here. I might go and try another room if unless anyone else wants to do anything else in here.
No.
I got nothing.
To the north, that's like a big window.
Yes.
Actually.
You're able to you guys are able to look out over the town of Lylon. The clouds have there's a bit of a fog rolling in from the sea, and with the thunder and the rain, it's you guys are only on the second floor, but being that this tower is up on a precipice, is up on this rocky outcropping, you guys are fairly above everything else, and you can see like the fog rolling in through the town.
Okay. This is the room that Galileo said was the library, or part of the library, or Where it was
He
like,
he simply
don't
said that the
use
library was
destructive magic,
he
please.
he said that the library was on the floor above you and to limit all destructive magic.
No.
Yeah, because like I said, you can
I guess I
see
wanna
on
look-
these shelves, is a bunch of, like I said, is a bunch of books, a bunch of scrolls, notes, stacks of papers. A lot of it old and kind of fading and decaying with time. Mold kind of taking some of the leather and stuff.
I want to do I guess look around these shelves a little bit. But I want to be careful and not disrupt anything.
Okay.
Guess looking for something I could easily read, because you said all his stuff was in pictorial notes, so anything that might say about the history, I guess, more than anything. If there's ghosts. Well, they died at some point. Who they might be.
So Cephtus, which door do you want to go into? You actually notice at this point that this door down here is now open.
Oh, and it was closed before.
It was.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Yeah, I was going to stand in front of that door, see if I can see anything inside it. Can I set web still loose in there?
You can if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, just set him loose.
You hear the clitter clatter of Cephtus's mechanical feet moving around through the room. As you peer into it, you see what looks very similar to the room that you were just in. Shelving filled with books and papers and scrolls with the same statue in the middle of it. As you peer into there and Webster is going around, you're hearing his feet clattering off of the wood, you hear a crow caw directly over on this platform as it looks over at you, caws loudly, and then takes flight.
Magic missile.
What the fuck did you say?
Magic missile.
Oh, God.
No, I'm not there, so I'm.
Yeah.
Has Smith still got detect magic on? I'd be able to detect anything with that door opening.
Smith, do you want to head down there and take a look?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, you head down. With the door open now, you are able to peer inside. You don't detect any magic in here either, but do you want to look at the statue?
What statue? Different statue?
It's the same. It's the same statue. It's the same young peasant girl with her finger pressed to her lips.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is she facing a different direction than the last one?
She is facing towards the hallway. You noted that the first one was facing towards the door. This one is likewise facing towards that hallway. Smith, as you head in there and take a look at it, you recognize the same sigil on the back of this one, likewise carved and kind of scraped through, in a way that could disrupt magic.
And knowing what I know about magic, I can't just disrupt that sigil, right? Like I can't carve another little line or cross it out or anything like that.
In order to make it worse, or in order to recarve make it better. You could, if you wanted to, you could essentially try, try recarving these or reworking these if you really wanted to.
I want to disrupt like, does anyone have mending? Like, would that do anything to like mend the statue? Is that
There's
would
always
that,
there's always a possibility.
do I know if anyone has mending?
You do, in fact, actually.
Mending.
Is that
I
Alina?
think Albina has mending.
Albina?
No, I think it's just Iluna.
Yeah, I don't have mending anymore. I
Is
took it away.
Oh, I know.
Well,
I thought
well,
you had
sure.
it.
What I mean, is that what mending does? Like,
So
I forget.
mending, it repairs a break or tear in an object, such as a broken chain and link, two halves of a key, a torn cloak, or a leaking water skin. Now, being that this was a break or a tear in an object, being that the object was the statue, you potentially you could mend it.
Okay. I'm gonna. Looks like these runes were designed to cancel out their original intention and magic. Is there any way you can like mend it to restore it back to its original condition?
I can try. Do you want it to? You want it to go back to where was he at?
He's down in that room.
I would have come back up to you, probably.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so we'll say that while
Did I find anything while I was?
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. Cephas and Cephas goes down. He looks into this room. Smith comes down. He's taking a look at the statue. During this time, Iluna, you're starting to go through these shelves. You are looking through them, but you don't. Everything in here is the same pictographic code that the book Galileo showed you downstairs was written in. So it appears as what Thalavar has written here is all written in this pictographic code.
Right. Okay. I didn't find anything.
Yeah, we'll say at this point.
If I didn't, I would head towards the hall, but like it feels like we're gonna.
Yeah, we'll say while you're looking
point.
through, you're looking through a couple of these papers and scrolls and books, as Smith comes up asking if you can, take a look at this and try and repair it.
Sure. Is that what we want to do? Maybe they were scratched or broken for a reason. Is there a particular statue Smith's directing me to?
Which one, Smith? The one on the north side of the tower or the one on the south side?
I hadn't to do all of them. Imagine the statues in these other rooms too. Or could be. Let's try this one first and see what happens.
Which one?
I guess the north one, overall one.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to close that. So is everybody heading back into that room then? Or is everybody still like searching around? Because casting mending is going to take a minute.
I'm gonna go to the other room and open the door just to see if it's like the same setup as the others.
Okay. Yes.
You're just gonna kind of wander around.
Okay. Is you gonna, wander out towards this way any? Or is he just like going in and out of the rooms more?
He's just gonna kind of walk in a circle or square or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just kind of like taking a path through this place. Kind of taking everything.
Observe. Yeah. Observe everything. See what's going on. And
Cleo. So yeah, Cephas, as you are, you peer down into this first room that you guys pass. Same thing that's in there. There is a statue, the same girl, same pose and everything. Shelving, all very similar, just kind of carrying different bits and pieces of works.
Okay. Can I go in there and walk around to see if it's see anything different from the others?
Actually, yeah. As you head in there, you look at it. You actually see the same thing that Smith has been pointing out, on these, that this one actually has the same sigils on the back that have been scratched out.
Okay.
And I will say that you, as you're walking around this area out here where you see the same thing, a similar room, this one where the door has been destroyed by the rubble and the debris, you can see this statue likewise has those same sigils destroyed and scratched out.
Interesting.
As what is Albina and me doing while Iluna and Smith are mending this statue?
I guess I would just kind of be keeping an eye around while they're doing that.
Okay. Me?
I'm gonna be going to and from the rooms, checking it out, seeing what other weird oddities might be around.
Okay. So yeah, we'll say.
Previously, Smith
Good.
said they were transmutation magic.
Yes.
Would I understand that's is that similar to the polymorph that happened to Maggie?
Polymorph is a transmutation spell.
Okay, so then Iluna would be a bit just wary. I mean, it could turn into a human girl.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that
Something.
the thing to keep in mind is that the school of transmutation magic is magic that modifies energy and matter. So, this is the ability to create and to alter. It's not like conjuration where like you're summoning stuff, or evocation where you're creating energy. This is the morphing and changing of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And in line with that, when it comes to spells, transmutation is stuff like polymorph, obviously. I'm trying to actually think of what a ranger would actually know. Speak with plants is actually a transmutation spell. Water breathing is transmutation. Like you're literally changing your physical state to be able to breathe underwater. Water walk, bark skins, dark vision. So it's physically changing things.
Okay. I guess that's what I was trying to get at. If he said it was transmutation, what Iluna would imagine that could be.
Yeah,
including if it the more prominent Maggie scenario where
so obviously
a cow turned into a girl. So
polymorph is a transmutation spell, but like I said, so is bark skin, so is good berry, lightning arrow. There's so it's a lot of different things. But so you guys are all taking some time to look around. And you're beginning to mend this. You're kind of taking some of the bits and pieces of rock that are on the ground, and you can see that your spell is starting to repair this sigil. And after a few seconds, it takes you a minute to cast this. With the three of you in the room, you are out in the hallway. You can hear Seftis back down the hallway, going through the one room with Webster. You look over and you can see you as kind of, peering around this one space in the corner. But as you stand there, as you're, looking out onto the scaffolding, and you're kind of looking out, over where, oh shoot, I have you on the wrong side, my bad. You're walking down here, kind of looking in the rooms. You look out through the window that's on the western side of this, and it's looking out across the sea. And you have a moment as you are looking, and suddenly you blink, and you look and see what almost appears to be a ship on fire out at sea, sinking into the briny deep. You hear a scream in your head, and it's a very recognizable scream. It was the scream of your previous captain, I. And as you blink your eyes, you know, you're seeing this, you blink, that vision goes away. The ship is no longer out at sea. It's no longer there. But you see your captain, your previous pirate captain, I, appears in front of your eyes, and he grabs your shoulders, and he looks you dead in the eyes, and you get this vision in your head of the statue of Mistra coming alive and attacking. And it's at that point that you hear this chaos come from the room that Smith, Iluna, and Albina are in. As the moment the spell finishes, as the moment the mending finishes, Smith, you immediately detect this transmutation magic kick back up. The statue itself now flooded with transmutation magic, and the moment that it does, it takes its arms and it has this one staff. It has a staff in its hand, and it takes that staff and it swings and bats at Albina.
How quickly would I have noticed this? Would I like be unaware completely? Or
Yes, this is essentially that this thing is getting a surprise attack.
Okay. And initiative.
And I believe a 25 hits. Yes. So you get bashed with this staff, and you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
Alrighty.
I'm still in shock that I just saw my dead captain.
That was definitely
Wow.
definitely a moment in your mind.
Oh, serious. It went from a nat 20 to a 2.
Oh.
I love it. It hit the wall.
All right. So Webster is out, so he is going to be added to initiative. So it is anime.
Webster.
Didn't mean to move him. All right. So as soon as this thing swings, Albina, you're kind of thrown back against the shelf. Some of the books and papers fall out. You see that it swings, and then it goes back into this readied stance. You, over on the other side of the wall, you hear this thud kind of ring off some of the concrete and stone walls.
You what on the other side? Sorry, my shit cut out.
You hear a thud, and it was then that you hear this. You hear this thud. You hear stuff falling as it kind of like rings out around the area.
got a. What is this right here? Is that a window?
That is a window. It is looking down over the north side of Lylon.
Can I cast levitate and throw it out the window?
Cast levitate on what?
The statue?
Well, it's over in another room.
No, not this one.
Oh, you want to throw that one out the window?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. Shit. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta look at something.
The weigh less than 500 pounds.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Statues are heavy.
Well, how much can Septus push?
Well, that's the thing. I actually have a stat block for this, and I know the weight of the original thing, but this is a slightly modified version. But Seftis can push over 500 pounds.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say that because Seftis was able to move it, this thing is light enough that that you would be able to levitate this. Now, out of curiosity, why are you? I mean, you don't know exactly what's going on over there, so
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
But he doesn't like statues. Statues freak him out.
Or does he?
That's why he's not around anybody around the statue, so he can throw it out the window.
Okay.
The fact that you had this plan beforehand, before this happened, you're just like, I'm throwing the statue out. Lucas just needs to get back to me. Is fucking insane.
So I will say that you will be, if you wish, you will be able to cast this. Now, for you to push this out the window, this is going to require a few moves, because you are going to have to cast this, which is a full action.
Yep.
You would then have to break the window on another action, and then use your action to push this thing out the window.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that that is what if that is your plan.
Well, let me ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Is this open?
Yes, that leads out to the scaffolding. So there are, like, this is not just something that you could, like there are posts and rails and everything over here supporting that. As you look at that, if you look at that picture in the chat, it has, like, that, you know, that, like, cross member scaffolding. So you would not be able to push it right through there.
Cool, yeah. Well, I guess I'm going to be breaking shit.
Okay.
And throwing that out the window.
All right. So then you are going to levitate this one, and you can see that it starts to rise vertically. I can see something.
And out of curiosity, can I use it to bash the window?
So before you do this,
ideally,
I do want to clarify something. The ceilings inside the tower are 20 foot high. Levitate raises this thing up to 20 feet.
Yes.
So it would be at the ceiling of this room.
Let's go through the wall.
I mean, like, the thing is there is scaffolding above it, and there's, like, the next floor up, but this thing would be reaching the ceiling. It would be 20 feet up, so it would be out of your reach. Unless you, like, you know, tied a rope to it or something like that.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So, okay, I apologize. I did not clearly state that. I did not think, like, levitate would come into play. So, I didn't really explain that the ceilings in here are 20-foot high and vaulted. So they kind of like,
Okay.
you know.
So would you tying a rope onto the statue and then casting levitate, would that be more than one action?
Yes, because that would be interacting with an object and then casting your spell.
Okay. Well, I guess you is going to tie the rope on it first, and
Okay.
then next turn he's going to cast levitate.
Cool, yeah. You tie a rope around this thing. Iluna, you watched as soon as you finished casting this thing sprang to life. There was like a brief breath, and then it swung and hit Albina with this staff, like knocking her into the bookcase.
Yeah, so I'm right here in melee range.
Mm-hmm.
I try to. Do I have to do something special to say I want to attack the rune that I just fixed?
I would say if you want to try and scratch out the rune, I would.
I mean, I'd use the sword or dagger or whatever.
Yeah, you would almost have to do it with that. But yes, I would allow you to do that, but I would require you to roll with disadvantage.
I will.
Okay.
My amulet doesn't clockwork. Oh man, I just had it.
So when you make an attack roll, it allows you to forego rolling the d20 to just take a 10. So if you wanted to, you would still have to roll, but you would say that one of your rolls was a 17, and then you'd have to roll, would be a 16, and then your other one you would have to roll for.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So go ahead and roll one attack with your dagger. Because I have an AC in mind. I also have an amount of damage, a threshold that you will have to do.
Would you allow the short sword? Or you're playing the fact that she's there, because it does slightly more damage.
So I'm going to say that if you wanted to use your short sword, like rolling with the dagger was already presenting you with disadvantage, because this thing you are trying to like get in and scratch this thing off. I'm going to say with your short sword, you would take a greater penalty. Essentially, the AC would be higher. With your dagger, you're physically getting in there, getting closer.
My initial thought was the dagger, but then I was like, I'll do dagger, whatever, and use the clockwork amulet.
All right, so one of your rolls will be a 16, the other will be a 15. So, you go and you try and scratch at this thing, but it turns around and is like standing over top of you, glaring as you hear the sound of your dagger being pulled from its sheath, and you're making the movement to go in to scratch it. You hit off some of the stone that's near it, but you do not hit that sigil. And the moment you do, it turns around and it's standing over top of you. So that would be, I don't know, is the, yeah, so that's just, that's a no action thing. So you still have a bonus action if you would want to use a bonus action.
Do I not get to attack twice?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you would just roll with normal disadvantage for this now. Sorry. I forgot you had 2 attacks, truth be told.
They were both terrible.
Yes. Unfortunately
Apparently
not.
That statue came to life, scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, we will say that is you like chipping away at like around the sigil in this moment of just pure, of pure chaos, and you're just like hitting the statue itself.
But bonus actions, anime.
Okay.
Would she have to be at a disadvantage too if I like try to get the sigil?
Being that she does not have like metal claws or talons,
Metal.
she would, yes, she would likewise be, I mean, she would have to fly in there, scratch at it, but she's gonna take a bit of a, it's gonna be a bit of an effort on her part, because you knew exactly what you just carved in there. She doesn't have near the intelligence as you.
Yeah, well,
So-
if we can damage the freaking sigil at all, it
Okay.
seems like the thing to do. Oh.
All right, roll the
Did
second
I click
attack.
that wrong?
No, you rolled with disadvantage.
But that's anime's. Oh, I did the short sword because it's just what's right above her.
I mean, it's
She
still
has
the
nothing
same.
quick.
It's your spell attack modifier to hit. So that would be just a +5. Or no, that's right. She has I think she has a bonus. Yeah.
So that did hit.
It did. Yeah.
At the sigil. Okay. She gets to go twice though.
She
right?
does. Yep, second attack.
Still. Roll. Oh yay. I mean, not anymore because it's disadvantage. But wait, did
Okay.
That's still good though, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you see Anime, she hops off your shoulder. She goes down as this statue is standing over top of you. And she starts to scratch into this statue. I don't know why Anime is down there in initiative.
But I can still move, right? Oh
Yeah,
wait.
you would still have movement.
I'm okay. I'm confused about the placement of the sigil. If it moved, wouldn't the sigil be in a different space?
Yes, the sigil is on its back, which means that in order for you to target it, you would have to be back here.
Then? Okay. I'm gonna move. Oh. To its other side. Is this door open?
The door is open. Okay. It is.
Yeah. And then I think I'm done. She
Okay,
can
so,
move near
well,
me.
Anime has to, being that Anime can't occupy your same space in combat.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. She just kind of.
All right. So you dig your dagger into this thing. You're missing your mark. You quickly move around. Anime then dives in, starts scratching, starts fluttering up and around to follow you. It's at that point that the stone, that this statue in the middle of the room, it appears to be very focused on the sound of flapping wings. And hits Anime for 17 points of bludgeoning damage. And I also need Anime to make a wisdom saving throw.
Hers is the same as mine.
Hers is a +2, yes.
Yeah. 14, I guess.
Okay. You see that she gets this statue takes its staff and slams Anime into the ground. You can see this little bit of like rock and rubble on her back now, like kind of intermixed in with her feathers. And you can see that she is struggling now to stay aloft.
Well, that's bizarre.
All right, Cephtus, it is Webster's turn. Being that Webster is handled slightly differently than Anime, Webster goes on its own turn.
Okay. As he's so far away, can I just have him disengage and go back in his little pod, whatever it is? He hasn't really got much defense anyway.
Yeah, you can definitely have him do that. You see Webster, like, all this chaos and sounds come from that original room you guys walked into, and Webster, like, looks around, looks up at you. You, like, kind of call him back, and he comes up, goes up to the orb that Professor Ashoke gave you, and presses the button on it, turns into this beam of light, and disappears into it. All right. On to me.
I'm gonna run immediately to the doorway, the open doorway, and just kind of yelling, "Good, God, it's the statue!" Oh. And I'm just gonna try attacking it.
Yeah, I'm imagining you're entering into the room, or are you attacking from a distance?
Yeah, I'll enter in.
Okay. Yeah, you can see Anime kind of like they're, struggling to stay in the air.
All right. Let's see. I'll roll the blade. That's 21 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, because it's yes.
Not targeting me.
There is nothing that would rule it out. You have another enemy of the target within 5 feet. Isn't that? Yeah, you're good. You're good. You don't have disadvantage on the attack if you're just attacking the statue.
All right. Well, that's 8 damage.
Okay.
And then sneak attack is 46.
Yep.
That's 11 damage.
Okay.
Fear the small, so that's 8 extra damage because it's a size larger than mine.
Yep. Wait, are you small?
I'm a goblin.
Oh yeah.
I'm considered small.
Yeah.
And because of sneak attack, Wells of the Grave triggers as well. So now he takes 2d6 necrotic damage. So that's 8 damage.
Well, no, that's that you can target a second creature within.
Oh, second one. That's right,
Right.
because it's once I level up, I can do that. Okay,
Correct.
never mind. Ignore that then.
Yep. it's
But
all
I
good.
do get my second attack because of the crossbow.
Yep.
And it is technically a finesse weapon. Or a sneak
Oh.
attack only. Oh, it's once per turn. I see it there.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yep.
Would I
And
able
that's
to
a 22 to hit.
as he came in the sigil?
You could
I would
have,
have said, but I
but,
was
but you
wandered
did not.
around. I had to pee.
That's fine. So the thing is that
You didn't want me
because
to shout from the bathroom, I'm sure.
he would not have been able to even target it, because being that it attacked. Actually, he could have, yeah, because he would have had to have gone on there. But unfortunately, that shout was not made. But that does hit, so you can damage it with your crossbow.
That's a 10.
Okay. See, you're like chipping off bits and pieces of this statue. The moment the sound, you run into the room, it like looks over at you, like targeting you.
Oh,
Yes.
if I may as well, can I also trigger Disheartening Strike from my blade? When you hit a creature with an attack using this weapon, you can fill the target with unsettling dread. The target has a disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. Unless it's immune to the frightened condition.
It is immune to the frightened condition.
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
Yep. Cephtus, you hear a large cacophony of chaos.
Ooh, my favorite. I will enter a rage first.
Okay.
Can
And
I
then I'll just go.
say I have
What?
that shout at some point? Between when, like, me shows up and anyone else?
I will say that if you want to shout that, being that me was already in the room before you brought that up, I would say that if you want to shout that once Cephtus is, like, coming up the hallway, you can hear him just, with his sword ablaze, then you can do that. It would be 25 feet to that one. I know on the map it's slightly different because it only goes by full squares, not diagonals.
Okay. So she relayed the thing about the sigil, yeah?
Yes. And currently at this point, yes, it would only be those on these three corners that could target that sigil.
So I need to move up one, basically.
No, you are good. You are good where you are.
I'm good there.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't see the blue opening.
Yep.
All right, I'll just attack the sigil then.
Now, keep in mind, in order to try and target the sigil, you do roll with disadvantage. So just go ahead and roll with disadvantage unless you want to do reckless attack.
Yeah.
What was reckless attack? I can't remember what that is.
When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly, giving you advantage on melee weapon attacks that use strength during this turn, but the attacks against you have advantage until your next turn. So basically, you could use this to try and cancel out that disadvantage in the hopes that by the next turn it's dealt with, so that it doesn't have advantage against you.
I get 2 attacks now. So I'll do the first one with disadvantage, and then I'll do the other one with normal attack.
So it would have to be on your first attack, because it's when you make your first attack. But you get advantage on all of the attacks on that turn.
Okay.
So yeah, you would basically just have to decide if you want to attack recklessly before you make any attack.
I think I'll just do a normal attack, but I'll just do it with disadvantage on this first one, I think.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack. Okay. Unfortunately, that misses. Now you can go on to your second attack.
Can I make this as just a normal attack and not targeting the thing?
Yes. If you just want to target the statue itself, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll the damage. All right. Take out a mighty chunk from this statue, but it is still standing. Smith. This thing is.
Do I have
Go ahead.
Do you have any idea what's going on? Like, what did Eileen say about the sigil?
So, Iluna shouted. So basically, the moment that the mending spell finished,
Basically, erase the sigil, right?
well, this was to mend the sigil. Because there was there was the transmutation sigil on it, and then that was scratched out. So like that had scratches through it. So the mending process mended the transmutation sigil that was on it. So the moment that happened, you detected with your detect magic that sigil imbued this statue with transmutation magic. And it was in that second of it being flooded with this magic that it shifted, grabbed its staff, and swung at Albina, who was standing in the corner.
And this is the statue of the goddess of magic?
Correct. At this
No,
point,
it's
at this point, it's still that, but it's more of a stone golem.
Okay.
So, and Iluna was... Oh, sorry, good. You're good.
Was the goddess usually, like, friendly, I'm assuming?
Mistra, I believe she was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she was neutral. Because, I mean, she was the magic... She was the goddess of all magic. So it didn't matter if it was, you know... good, bad, you know. I think maybe she might have been lawful, because she followed, like, you know, she followed an accord of structure. I think that was about it.
But this is essentially just a stone golem in front of me attacking, right?
More or less. From what you can see, and what Iluna was shouting was to try and scratch out the sigil. Because it was the moment it was mended, it came to life. So she's saying to scratch it out would potentially, you know, could potentially end that.
Would the spell magic potentially end it too?
That could, if you would want to cast that.
Otherwise, the idea is either to destroy the statue or carve that cancellation or scratch it out, basically, right?
Scratching out the sigil seems like it could be an option. Destroying the statue would always, you know, could always be an option. And, you know, you think in your head, potentially, depending on what level spell created this thing, you know, that would determine whether or not you could, you know, you could do that.
So someone brought these things back or brought these things to life with the transmutation spell, right? With that room sigil, and then someone else canceled it, right? Theoretically.
That is what it seems like.
Okay. All right. But Sophist's attack did a good bit of damage to it. It seems.
He swung and did a hefty swing, but this thing is still on the rampage, and it only appears to have just had like a small chunk taken out of it. Your mic is cutting out.
Sorry, seeing how it did a big bit of damage to Albina, I'm gonna use Dispel Magic on it.
Okay.
Try to end this now.
What level spell are you casting this at?
I'm gonna cast it at level 3 for now.
Okay. You cast it at level 3, and it does not dispel.
I gotta roll for it, bro.
Oh shit, that's right. Sorry. I'll just say it does not end automatically upon you casting it.
Alright, so I need to roll a d20 and I add what? My modifier?
Yeah, you're gonna make a spell casting ability check. So it's gonna be a d20 plus 5.
Mm-hmm. And that does not dispel it, right?
That would be a 13, right, which would only dispel anything level 3 or lower.
Damn. 1 second. Do you have any inspiration? I don't suppose I have any idea. Like, can I do an Arcana check to see what level? Do I have any idea what spell is possessing this thing?
Um,
Would I have any idea?
I'll let you roll. But you're not going to be able to garner the information yet on this turn because technically that was your action. So checking to see what this would be, would be a secondary action. But I will allow it to be something that you are pondering over the next round. So go ahead and roll.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use any inspiration.
Okay.
This isn't gonna use my action for next round, is it?
No, I'm not gonna make you use your action for next round. But like I said, you are gonna ponder this over the next turn, and I will give you the answer when your next turn comes up. Albina, it is your turn. This statue is still facing Anime.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is rain considered freestanding water?
Rain is not, but the puddles of water on the ground are considered freestanding water.
How much water are we talking here?
A couple, maybe like at most a bull's worth.
Just making a water blade.
I mean, the thing is
I wanted
that
to flood everything out.
It's definitely not. It's definitely nowhere near that. Most of the water is like trickling down through cracks in the stone, holes that are in the wall. So it's not really pooling in many places, and if it is, it's just a small little puddle.
Let's also not forget we were told no destructive spells.
He said no. He didn't say no. He said just go easy on them. I was just gonna do one. Spirit Guardians are casted at a level 3.
Okay, you are casting Spirit Guardians at a level 3.
And Wisdom save is 15. Wait. Yeah.
Yep. It succeeds. So go ahead and roll the damage. It's going to take half of that.
Taking its own time.
All right. Stacy. Yeah. Is anime's spells aren't considered magic, are they? I don't think you took that companion feat.
What companion feat?
There's one that makes your companion's attacks magic. And I don't think you're at that. I don't know if you're at that level of your class.
I'm gonna just hit this thing with my Goblin's Bane.
Okay.
Wait, is that a bonus action? No, that's not a bonus action.
Well, no. So casting Spirit Guardians would be your full action. The only thing you would be able to do would be you could summon your spiritual weapon if you wanted to. You could forge. You could forge an elemental weapon.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Can I just grab the pieces of whatever fell off of it and forge a
bludgeoning weapon? Okay. Now, do you want this to be bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing?
I kind of like a bludgeoning, like a heavy duty hammer.
Sure.
Warhammer or something, yeah.
All right, so yeah, like the chunks and pieces that are falling off of this, that Cephas is slashing into, and all these bits and pieces, you like reach down and you grab this chunk of stone and you forge it into this hammer.
I'm putting it right in front of the door.
Okay.
Like, so if it gets out, it's gonna go after it.
I double checked, Stacy. You're good. It is. They are magic. I just see if it is. It's under exceptional training.
Oh,
It's a class feature more than anything.
I was wondering. I remember asking you about that, and I thought you said it was, but it was a while ago, and I didn't know where to look.
You guys here, I will say that if the rain was not so loud and you guys were not just in a chaotic battle, you might hear the pitter patter of goblin feet coming up the staircase.
My goblin's bane.
Help,
Would it be glowing on my side there?
Yeah, just like
it's a
Sting.
friendly Iggy, right?
Just like
It better
Sting.
be a friendly Iggy.
All right.
Or
you.
Goblin's Bane would be glowing 24/7 just because of me
It's
being
true.
around.
Oh yeah,
That's
that's true.
Yeah.
All right. You tied a rope around this statue over here. You can hear this chaotic this chaotic sound going in the other room. As you hear Iluna shouting from the hallway to scratch out the sigil. You can hear Seftis, he let out this scream of rage. There's all this going on over there. What are you doing?
Levitate, and then as a free action, would you allow me to bang on the wall to keep it down over there?
Yeah, you can do that. You can bang on the wall and yell over there.
Alright.
So yeah, you have this statue. It is starting to levitate, and you can see that it's starting to go up, but you are able. It only gets the 20 feet up, so it's still connected via your 50-foot rope.
Fine.
Be right back.
Yep.
And then question:
Yes.
if I was able to swing it out the window, would I be able to stop casting levitate?
Yes, you can dispel a
Okay.
spell as no action.
All right.
So yeah, and keep in mind, it would be from where that window is, it would drop down about 35, 40 feet.
Oh no, that's the plan.
Yeah. Oh, I get that.
Hey.
I'm just letting you know what the height is. All right. Over in this room, you guys hear a very soft thud on the wall. You can barely hear a voice come down, but you can kind of hear it through the hallway a little more of you just say, yelling, "Keep it down over there."
I'm killing him if we
So
survive this.
What did I miss?
It is Iluna's turn at the moment.
Who are we killing?
So, and
We're killing you. Not you, but you.
Yeah, you.
Mhm.
Okay.
So Anime's kind of looking a bit poorly, and she has rock on her. You said?
She has, yes, her feathers have kind of been coated in this rocky this rocky looking material. Almost as if when the golem hit her, it imbued some of that stone into her.
Cool. It's an action to put her in her orb.
It is. No, I'm sorry, it's a bonus action. It's a bonus action to recall her.
Thought it
It's a
was
full
bonus
action to summon a new one.
That's what I thought. I usually keep her out, so I don't do that often. I'm gonna bonus action her back in,
Okay.
and bye Anime, because I ain't never seen anything like that happen to her before. And then I guess I still have my dagger out,
Yep.
but it's the sigils on her. It's back.
Correct. It
I'm
was
not
still
facing
looking
its
over
back
here, so
anymore.
you would have to move to this space even to be able to target the sigil.
Fabulous. It'd be an action to get my bow out.
Correct.
not
Being
just
that
gonna
you,
give it to me.
yes, being that you have already used your bonus
It was
action,
my-
it would be you would have
Okay.
to drop your dagger where you are just to pull out your bow.
And I wouldn't be able to draw it. I would just pull it out, or I could use it.
No, you would not be able to
I don't
use it.
switch weapons ever. So.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is when you wish to switch weapons, it's a bonus action to sheath a weapon, and a full action to take one out.
Okay, so I can't do that.
So you would just not be able to attack with it.
Around.
Yeah, the only reason I can bullshit away that roll is because of the crossbow expert.
Yeah, because you're also dual wielding.
Yep.
Yeah, I typically never switch weapons, so I don't really. I can move, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm still focused on this particular sigil.
Okay. So if you wish
'cause
to
I already
attack
have
it,
my dagger out.
yeah, 2 attacks, both at disadvantage.
Well, 18.
And your second attack?
Ooh, I can't see it. Wait, 11. The first one hit.
Is this is not a curse on the statue?
Curse on the
We
statue?
don't know that.
You don't know. Basically the only information you guys know is, there was a sigil on the back that was scratched out. Iluna cast mending on it.
Mending.
The moment that the sigil was brought back to its full glory, the statue came alive, attacked you, Albina, and then everything just kind of commenced from there.
Okay.
Unfortunately, both of those miss.
So the first one hit?
No.
Oh, man. Sucks.
Yeah, you are...
Did I use up all my movement?
You didn't use up all your
No.
movement. You used 10 feet of movement.
Oh, I guess I'll just stay here for now.
Okay.
Don't know where else I'm gonna go.
Okie dokie. So yeah, you're taking jabs at this thing. It turns around and looks at you as you have this knife in your hand, and you are trying to carve this sigil out, and it is going to attack you, Iluna. That hits, and that misses. But you're still going to take 15 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Did that take any radiant damage from my aura?
20.
Oops. I did not take that into account, but I will take that in now. It's 4. Okay. It does take that radiant damage.
Nice.
20.
Okay.
For my wisdom throw.
Yeah, this thing hits you, and you feel that it is trying to impart something onto you. But you kind of, wave that off as it returns back to its original state. Cool. Me. It's your turn. The golem is currently facing north.
All right. Knowing that what I know now, I'm gonna go here to try and poke at its sigil.
Okay.
Let's see if I can actually do that. That's a 19 to hit.
Okay, so you're attacking with the rapier. So keep in mind, it
Yeah.
is going to be with disadvantage.
Why would it be disadvantage with the sigil?
So attacking the sigil is a precision attack. And on top of that, you're also attacking with a rapier. So versus like the idea of going in and carving this out of there versus stabbing at it with the rapier.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't really like going to try and carve it out. I'm just attacking in that general facility.
Oh, you're just attacking it.
Yeah, like near the sigil. Because in me's mind, it's like if he just makes a scratch across the sigil, then the magic's over. The sigil's not complete. He doesn't know how magic works. He's cursed.
So that's what I'm saying. If you are actively trying to scratch out the sigil, it's just a different kind of attack. If you're just attacking the statue itself, then it's a different story. So are
Okay,
you?
I'll roll again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for the sigil then.
Cool.
Okay, that's still a 19.
So unfortunate, like you go to hit this thing right in the sigil. You feel that your aim would be true, but it just clips off to the side of it.
He growls and says, "This is the stupidest idea ever." And I go to shoot with my crossbow.
Okay.
Soft 20. I'm not shooting at the sigil anymore.
That hits the statue.
Also sneak attack because it's not targeting me. Also, I'm re-rolling that.
Oh, you're yeah.
Okay, a little better. So 6. 46. That's 11.
15 total. All right.
And that's it.
Okay. Cephtus. This thing is still going at it. You just watched it attack Iluna as me swings around, tries scratching out some of that sigil, misses, and then just gets frustrated, takes a shot with the crossbow.
Did he miss on 19?
He did miss with a 19.
On the sigil.
On the sigil.
So that's why he said, screw this. And he's now just attacking the statue because he thinks this is now the stupidest idea anybody's come up with in the history of the world.
Yeah, I'll just do 2 normal attacks then on the statue itself, not the sigil.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your 2 attacks.
Oh, shit.
Ooh. That's rough.
That's a bit better.
That's much better. Go ahead and roll your damage for that one.
Nice.
And keep in mind, if did you have your sword flaming?
Yeah, I was raging and stuff. Excuse me.
Extra 2d6. So yeah, 19. As you can see, this thing is not yet bloodied.
Better get that dispel magic going.
Smith, it's your turn. Smith, as you're watching all of this, you think to yourself, like, what kind of spell would do this? What kind of spell would do this? You know of some summoning spells. You've heard of, like, summon construct, which would bring forth this creature. But the thing is that in a lot of those cases, those things would fade away the moment the caster died because they're concentration. Whatever created this was not from a spell. You don't know how they're created unfortunately, that information is just eluding you at this moment. But you can at least rest your mind assured that what does create golems is not a spell. If you're saying anything, your mic is muted.
Sorry, I was just thinking for a second. Okay. That's not to say that dispel magic would be ineffective, right?
Dispel magic, as far as Smith can be concerned, would probably not do anything, even if he, you know, cast it at the highest ability that he could. Like even if you got lucky.
Okay. I will use Manic Orb. Now, I know like Shatter does like extra. Doesn't it do extra damage against like stone and stuff? Does Thunder damage do any extra damage or anything like that?
Thunder damage doesn't do anything extra to them. It is like a percussive damage. It is just that certain enemies might be, you know, weak or strong against it.
Oh.
Ooh. Unfortunately, that misses.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just actually about to say, if since that would be Smith's turn, it would go on to Albina.
And I said I was gonna have my, I think, elemental weapon like at the door, but then I realized I'd be holding it.
Yeah, you have your elemental weapon in hand.
So using my guided strike, I'm gonna attack the. Is it back toward me or the front face toward me?
Its back is towards you. So if you wanted to, you could attack the sigil, or you could just attack it itself.
I'll go for the sigil. How do I use the guided strike to add 10?
Guided strike is just you gain a +10 to the roll after the roll, but before knowing whether it hits or not. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it just adds 10.
Right. So go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second.
It's fine.
Oh, there it is. Okay. It's just taking its time.
That's fine.
And then let me look at my bonus action I wanted. That's just my attack, because the bonus is taking it out, right?
No. Your attack is just your action. You could still, like, you know, you could cast spiritual weapon. You could, you know, cast rescue, shield of faith, you know, magic weapon, whatever you would want to do. Okay, so you see, you rolled a 20. So you could choose right now whether or not to add a +10 before I tell you whether or not you hit.
Yeah, I'll add 10.
Okay, so that becomes a 30, and that is definitely going to hit the sigil.
I'm back.
And then, where'd it go?
Welcome back.
Let me go back to my other stuff.
I believe it's 2d8.
Sorry, I like made my page too small and it's going so slow loading. All right. Um, 2d8 of what? I don't see it on my actions. That's so weird. It's under my, it must be under the bonus.
It's under your
action.
bonus
Yeah,
actions because it's your bonus action to summon the thing.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, that's just where it stays listed.
Lucas, I DM'd you a very important question whenever you get the chance.
Yeah, I get you. Hold on. I'm gonna. Well, that attack damage is going through. I'm gonna take a picture.
And then can I do my so would I do divine favor before or after? Because that's a bonus action. It's weird.
Divine favor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
It gives me a D4 extra.
You would do that. You would do that before. So like you would cast divine favor, and then you would use your attack.
Gotcha.
So is that what you want to do? You want to use cast divine favor and then go at this
Yeah.
thing? Sure.
Yeah. Sorry. I was thinking I had to do action then bonus action, but then I was reading it again and I'm like, wait.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
Okay. It's rolling.
Yep.
But yeah, we can move on to whoever's turns next while we're waiting for it to roll.
Well, that is the thing. It is Iggy's turn. And Iggy is going to make his way around. Actually, it's see Galio coming up behind him, but I need to see what you roll there.
See, I have all of that information, but I didn't know if there was an actual thing or not. That's why I was asking you, because
yeah, no,
it's
it's
like,
yeah, it's the initial hit, and then from there,
because it's just like, because looking at the last one, I'm like, I feel like that wouldn't just be the target itself with the way it entails, but
yeah, no, it's not. They're not that big. Like it's definitely not
that's
AOE.
all I needed to know.
Yeah.
So did anything happen to the sigil? Did we see anything with this little hammer?
So here's what I imagine happening here. You know, this thing attacks Iluna, and you know, gets a good hit into her. And this thing is yet to show any signs of slowing down. Me comes around attempting to stab with his rapier and misses, gets frustrated, pulls out his crossbow, shoots the thing in the back. Cephas comes around, swings with his sword, or swings with his great sword, ends up hitting it with one of the attacks. Smith casting chromatic orb at it, realizing that his dispel magic would be in vain. At this point, Albina, this thing cold cocked you. This thing swung out at you with zero warning, zero regard. You were just standing in a room. You call upon the power of Tempest, your god, to guide your strike, to imbue your weapon with his fury and anger and justice. And you take this weapon in your hand that you have forged out of the same stone from this statue, and you go and you strike at the sigil on its back with this almost radiant holy light just crashing through it, destroying that entire chunk of the statue. The moment you do, the statue just goes inert and it stops moving. It's at that point that you see Iggy and Galio running up. Iggy has these two bolts of fire in his hand, ready to attack, as Galio is running up behind them going, no fire amongst the books, please. And to that, Iggy's like, show me at him, what's going on? And he sees Albina with this hammer in her hand. The statue has a massive chunk taken out of it as it returns to its inert state. And Galio looks into the room and he says, by the gods, what has happened in here? It's at this point that you would actually have had his turn. So I need you, you have this thing by a rope. It's levitating. What are you doing? Aaron, are you back?
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
My shit's just been cutting in and out, so it's been very
Gotcha.
hard to understand.
You should be sorry.
I cast magic
That
missile
happens to everybody.
Okay.
at the window.
Yep. The window
Fucking
shatters.
Christ.
Ew. Oh, he's over there. Okay.
And so would I be able to kind of like swing the levitated,
Yes.
or would that be an action?
No. I will allow you at this point. I will allow you to pull it. You're essentially just, using your, like you cast this and then you're just like walking it towards the door because it is going to levitate. Basically, just it can only move in a direction that is already guided, so it will
Yeah.
eventually get out over top of the opening. So yeah, with that, the rest of you over in the other room, as soon as this happens, you guys hear the crashing sound of glass come from the room above you.
Beside them?
Or sorry, beside you.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't know he went up a floor. No, you said Galileo came screaming in, saying what?
Galileo came screaming in because he saw
Yes.
he saw Iggy going up there with a with fireballs in hand, because when you guys started to get into the fray of combat, he turned around, like came out of the room, and it was at that point that Iggy's like, they need me, and like conjured up 2 bolts of fire, and Galileo was running up like, no.
Oh, right. Trying to stop Iggy and his fire. No, Iluna would just respond and point straight at it and be like, it came alive. And
It came alive.
You know about these?
I don't. When we first got here, they were just inert. I figured that at one time they maybe had some kind of magic in them. I believe there was runes on them of some kind, but I never fully understood exactly what the runes did. I was more focused on his books.
Yeah, don't ever fix
Well,
those ruins.
Yeah.
Ever.
Don't. It was decided to mend them, and it turned out that might not have been the best idea.
Ah, I see.
It just holds up her hammer. Check it out. Yeah, this thing did the trick.
Very nice.
It was its arm.
Yeah, that's it. He nods and he says, yes, mighty fine work. And he like quickly moves into the room. He's like, I do apologize. I just need to check and make sure that nothing is damaged. And you see he starts like going through all the books and everything that's in here.
I saved your books with my hammer. Don't
Just
worry.
Me. And Albina.
I took the hit
Hello.
too. This bookshelf behind me would have been gone.
Oh, well, thank you. It's at this point that when you guys are having this conversation, like I said, you heard that glass shatter from the other room. I'm going to say Iggy runs down and around. Is anybody else going to investigate the sound of the breaking glass?
Oh, I am, because I gotta go ahead and beat the
Oh.
out of her abandoning us.
But I'm slightly more concerned about looking at my bird, so if everyone else runs ahead of me. And
just look
me
good on there, too.
taking care of you.
Albina kind of just looks at him and she's like, you don't mind if I hold on to this, do you?
No, if
Thanks.
if there is a time at which I wish to get these repaired, I knowing what I now know, I will probably have them destroyed and rebuilt. Yeah, he just nods. So
Good, as I'm putting it in my backpack.
yeah, I was gonna say, now the thing to keep in mind is that Should you?
It's gonna crumble, right?
It turns back. The spell ends if you cast it again or if you let go of the weapon. But I will say, if you want to hold on to it, it is essentially the arm of one of these statues. So you can put that into your bag, and for future use, if you wish to forge elemental weapon, I will allow you to draw that forth to create a bludgeoning weapon.
What was her name again? Wait.
Mistra.
Mistra's. I'm gonna put Mistra's arm.
Can we call
Statue
it
of Mistra arm.
Oh no! I just had the thought of Mistra's Fistra.
Go.
Oh my.
The Fistra.
Are you ready to get fisted by Mistra?
The Fistra of Mistra.
I think I've seen that movie.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go. Just make the item and put it in my inventory.
Yeah, I'll. Yeah, we'll.
The
we'll
animated one on Newgrounds, right?
That's right. You know, we'll go under your spell details and we'll add that as a note. Put
Yes, when you use it,
That's
the
great.
you have to show
Mistra's
something
Fistra.
vulgar.
the Fistra, the Fist of Mistra, and fist is going to be spelled with a Y. And this will be bludgeoning.
Brings a whole new meaning to clerics bringing the bitch slap of God.
Yeah, so now if you reload your page, Hannah, you will see now listed under your actions for bonus actions to the right of Forge Elemental Weapon, it'll say the Fist of Mistra with a star that says bludgeoning.
Nice.
So yes, that is, and you can still cast it as normal. That's just one that you will always have access to that one, unless something
I like it.
were to happen.
Unless it breaks it or whatever.
Yeah.
Or just, yeah.
So while this is going on, your anime is being summoned from her orb. You all hear this sound come from the room to your right. As Iggy, me, and Seftis go around, you see you is standing before this window. The window has been shattered out, and he has a rope attached to this statue, the same statue that you guys just fought, as it's floating out above over the window, being that it is a drop down to about 30-40 feet. Since levitate only keeps things up 20 feet in the air, you can see that it starts to slowly descend, but before it gets that opportunity, it just falls down straight to the ground. And you can see that it lands on some of the rock and rubble down there, just shattering into pieces.
What
It's not all
in
with
the
mud
hell?
and sliding down the hill.
Nine hells are you doing?
You saw nothing?
I saw everything! And I get it. You don't like statues. God forbid you see one episode with weeping angels and we'll never do that ever again. But you don't have to destroy every statue you ever look at.
But he can destroy the rest of these ones.
You saw
could have been-
nothing?
You could have been over there helping us.
You saw nothing.
I should have thrown you overboard years ago. Which goes ahead and jogs his memory, and then he just thinks for a moment, and he switches to Goblin. Iggy will understand it.
Yep.
And whatnot, and he'll just say, "So,
Will
I don't
Albina
know
hear
how-
this at all?
I will
I
say
was
that
heading over that way.
it'll be quiet and muffled as you start making your way down there. But go ahead and say whatever you were going to say, me.
I don't know if I want the full group to know this. They might think I'm going crazy. However, I did see a vision of our captain that showed me these statues would come to life before it came to life."
And the funny thing is you say that in front of literally every party member that can speak Goblin.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he knows that she won't care because she kind of somewhat trusts him and he can explain it to her. But he already knows that the other people aren't 100% okay with this. But you know,
Yeah, so yeah, Cephas and Albina, you guys, I will say Albina, you catch the tail end of it.
But
yeah,
Of
because he's also gathered
I w-
Cephas just tends to not care ever.
you
he's more
you wouldn't
he's
know
more
it
stoic.
specifically, but Iluna probably would like respect your vision. I mean, she had her own
So
twice.
for the most part, this tower might have more than what we
You-
thought, and I'm just letting you guys know to keep your wits about you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. You okay, Iggy?
Yeah,
I was just coming to check up on you.
yeah, you know, I heard the bang coming up from up there, and you know, Galileo comes out and he's like, you know, what was that? And I'm like, I don't know, but I got to get up there, and so I, you know, brought out my fireballs.
Did you learn any kind of restoration magic, Iggy, from Smith?
No, not too much. I was trying to that cleric down at the temple when I was helping out with Smith and Iluna, but it was more that I was able to utilize some of those new abilities that that Smith taught me about changing spell types from you know, his fire into my ice.
Nice. Okay. I'm just like holding my side. Yeah, just nothing. Just got hit a little earlier.
Kind of looks up at you and he's like, aren't you a cleric?
I don't know if I have any of my healing spells on me today. Actually, I do.
Yeah, so you do. You have your prayer of
Yeah.
healing. Takes
I'm
10
just trying to
minutes.
save it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I can use it as a ritual, right?
It's not a
Okay,
ritual.
are we technically out?
You are
Oh.
out of combat. It's not a ritual. It just takes 10 minutes to cast, so it would still use a second level spell slot.
Gotcha. Okay.
At minimum, mind you. I
Yes,
don't know what level you would want to cast it at.
Yeah, I'll look and see if there's anything I can do.
Yeah, just let me know if you want to. If you cast that, let me know if you're casting it on yourself or if you're casting it on anyone else, such as Iluna and Anime. Speaking of Anime,
yeah.
Iluna, you are able.
That's what I was getting
you withdraw Anime from her orb, and you can see that. You can see that. While this effect is still on her, even though the statue is gone, you can see this effect is still on her. She's struggling as much as hard as she can to stay aloft. Her feathers are kind of have stone.
I would probably just have her on my shoulder anyhow.
Okay.
Or on my arm. She doesn't need to fly.
She feels almost twice as heavy. Like, she feels far heavier. I wouldn't even say twice. She feels a lot heavier than you know what she normally does.
Me, Iluna, and Anime are all the only ones hurt right now.
Actually, it's just you and Iluna and Anime. Me's fine.
Oh yeah, me is in Albina. Sorry.
Oh yes.
Herself.
So yeah,
Me is fine. You is fine. It's Albina.
Yeah. So if you want to head back in that room while she's
yeah,
looking...
I can do that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that the three of you you kind of sit in this room, and you cast this while Iluna is looking over Anime.
Yeah, I would ask her.
I'm gonna do it at 3rd level.
Okay.
How she feels, or what's happening. I guess get her opinion on her own condition.
Let me see here. while this is still affecting her, she's like, in your mind, she says, it feels so heavy. Just everything about it, like the world is moving faster than I am. I've never felt this way before. And, you can see that she tries to spread her wings a bit, but all the feathers are being weighed down by this stone. Iluna and Albina and Anime all get 21 hit points.
Ooh, that actually was.
That was a decent roll.
Yep.
That was a decent roll.
Yeah.
Does the healing help?
The healing heals her, but it's actually after just a minute that the effects wear off, because after a minute, because again, it takes Albina 10 minutes to cast Prayer of Healing. It's after a minute, you're sitting there, you're listening to Albina chant this prayer, when you see the stone on Anime's feathers begin to crumble and turn to dust and fall off of her. As this is happening, she gives a bit of a ruffle of her feathers, and eventually she is completely clear of that, and she even hops up and flaps her wings. You can see little bits and pieces of dust are spreading out from there. But she is free of that.
Okay, because I was going to say I could do my aura of purity if needed for all of us, but yeah.
I was concerning it was becoming a permanent thing. I did think like when the statue was, well, I guess it wasn't destroyed.
No, it was just you essentially
A
smashed
corner of it got hit. Yeah.
Yeah. You smashed out its battery and on button. Now the other one that you just floated out the room, that one is broken into multiple pieces.
So we should probably get these other ones taken care of here. I'll be in this like holding her
You
hammer
were still
ready to
gonna
go.
deny him ever doing it, by the way.
Even though
Did that thing go after you? What
even though-
happened?
Even though Iggy,
Yeah.
Septis, and me all walked in, watching you guys with a rope attached to it. I want to imagine that you. Yeah, okay. I want to imagine you like everyone goes around the corner looking to see what the sound of the glass breaking was, and as soon as they get over there, Hughes has this rope in his hand that he's holding, and he like turns around, he sees them, he just lets go of the rope, and then dispels it. It falls, and he's like, "Crazy shit."
We all saw you do
That
it.
one-
No, you
what-
didn't.
Did that one come alive too? And it went after you? What
Yes.
happened? Albina's like half
He doesn't know
food
it.
into.
Yeah, he doesn't know what happened.
He doesn't know that one came alive on the other side. He may have heard us fighting, but he doesn't know.
No, I mean Albina would have probably just asked him, is that one alive too? And she comes out with her hammer.
He's gonna nod and be like, "Yes?" Question mark.
I can just imagine. You looks out the windowsill, looks down, and he goes, "Not anymore."
Yeah, pretty much.
Shattered to bits. When you mention about the others, though, as Galileo is finished looking over all the shelves and everything, he goes, "Well, actually, I would prefer if you left the other ones. I understand now what they are, but as long as nobody is fixing those sigils, then everything should be fine. These were crafted back in Thalavar's ownership of the tower, and I would like to keep them in."
So you don't want me to discover and whack a little more at these sigils for you?
I will. I would appreciate it at most if the sigils were at least corrupted and were scratched through to ensure that it would not happen. But as long as no one else is attempting to repair them, I think everything should be fine.
I'd like them to be made, if it's possible, that you can't really tell it was a sigil.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, just smash it so it
So
looks
no
like
one tries to repair it.
a whole
Well,
hammer mark on their back.
well, then I will, when I have the opportunity, I will reach out to a stonemason and see if I might be able to get somebody up here to put, some edifice around them.
Make sure no one tries to repair them.
Yes.
Or all your books will be gone.
Don't want that.
So what else is up here? How many?
Down to the floor. The floor above us.
Yeah.
Yeah, from where you're standing, Cephas, actually, there's a ladder that leads directly up to the next floor.
There's no more staircase. That was the top of the staircase.
No, there is more
going.
there is more staircase that will take you up. I'm just letting you know that, like, right where you're standing, there is a ladder that leads up on the scaffolding up to the next level of scaffolding.
There's.
Cephas is a big boy.
Yeah.
Don't know if ladders will work that would for him.
Levitate?
How about it? Fly like an angel.
No.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Has
That'd be
everyone
so
like
cool.
looked in the
Levitating
other
a
rooms,
raging
generally
warforged.
speaking?
Levitating a raging warforged. The only disadvantage to that is that you can't move unless you push yourself. So as long as someone else was able to push you, then yeah. Or if you had some kind of propulsion.
Can Albina go and look at the
Flaming
other sigil?
projectile.
I guess I don't know if
I've got a
it's
magic
religion.
carpet,
It might be
that'd be hilarious.
Arcana. Do we know
You
what
do have the
those sigils were?
All right, okay, so Albina, the other statues are the statues of Mistra. You can recognize that, and the sigils on the back look identical to the one that you just demolished out of that.
Imagine within all of the action, I wouldn't really have seen it with my religion. It wouldn't be a religion check, I guess. It would be Arcana
For what?
to know what that meant.
To know
The
what
sigil?
meant. Oh, to know what the sigil is? You can roll Arcana if you want to do that instead.
Okay.
And then what were you saying, Iluna?
I had started to. I guess I wanted to confirm with Galileo that what's up here is all the rooms are kind of exactly the same, and or somebody checked in all the rooms.
You can see all the doors are open at this point, and Galileo says, "Yes, this is the library of Thalavar. Most of the rooms are going to hold his various works. As I said, that is for the most part what. This is as far as I have. This is as far as I generally venture. Upstairs is yet to be fully cleared out."
Understand. Also, where are the stairs?
Yeah, I think I'm going to head upstairs
Oh,
if no one else
they were
wants to
here. I
come
just
with.
I
See what's
lost
going
where
on.
the stairs are, that's all.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to try the ladder as well. Pincer maneuver.
All right. So Cephas is going to head upstairs. Is anybody going up that ladder on the scaffolding?
I'm gonna try going up the ladder.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not something that's overly difficult. You are able to climb the ladder up to the top.
Would an 18 have done anything for Arcana?
An 18 does not. It does not get you what this sigil, meant. I mean, other than already kind of knowing that it was transmutation of some degree. The most that you can maybe gather from it is that I will say that from when combat was going on, you noted that it only ever went after the thing that made noise last. That anime.
It's so funny you said that because I was gonna silence the room.
Yeah, that was an option.
I was literally gonna silence, and I was like, because I was thinking, well, mainly because I didn't want what's his name to come over and hear us all.
Oh yeah. Oh Jesus.
But
yeah. You definitely noted that that it, when anime scratched at it and then flitted by, it attacked her, and then on its next turn, since Iluna was the one who had most recently attacked it, and had moved behind it, it targeted her. So
it's making me think of that doll. What was it we touched?
the one from
Oh,
up north with the necromancer.
Yeah.
The one that cries when you pick it up, or when you try to put it down. Yeah. Sound activated, which
screams in your ear,
that to you does lead a little bit of credence to this idea of the transmutation was probably part of this security system, that there was probably a sound activated presence to this thing.
I'm gonna mention it to Smith and walk over wherever he is. Yeah.
Smith,
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of a pro at these things.
Smith, when she walks over to you, Albina kind of smells of rotten food.
What?
Like, Cephas is walking down the hallway. Iluna, are you heading upstairs?
Yeah, I wanted to use the stairs with everyone else, not the ladder.
Yep. Yeah, so
I mean, I put her there.
you guys...
I'll still have, just a heads up, I'll still have my headset on, but I gotta take care of something, so I'll be able to hear you guys, but you may not be able to hear me.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Just give us a heads up when you're back.
So I walk over to Smith and I stink.
Yeah, you guys can see, you see Cephas and Iluna, they walk down the hallway back towards the spiral staircase. You can hear them going up. Galio is actually, he kind of like looks over his shoulder towards you, Albina, and then like walks out of the room and he goes back downstairs. Albina, as you walk over to Smith, you're just getting this smell of like rotting food from her.
I'm gonna be like, what is it? Looking at my hand, smelling what?
No, maybe he doesn't tell you, and he's polite.
Am I gonna sense anything? What's your reaction?
I'll say,
Smith?
what is Smith's reaction to smelling rotten food on Albina? Is he polite and just doesn't say anything?
He didn't smell like this a minute ago.
No.
I'll kind of have a look on my face, like you'd expect.
You're cutting out.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I would just have that kind of somewhat disgusted look on my face.
What's that about? What?
I don't see anything with detect magic or anything. Do I have any idea what's going on?
You don't. Your detect magic never went off, other than like the normal magic that you always recognize around her.
You got this aroma, so to speak, around you.
As he brings this up, you kind of take a bit of a whiff, and you smell like rotten food. Like you smell like pungent, rotten meat and like moldy, like that like kind of musty, sweet smell of moldy bread.
Huh. At this point, I'm just gonna set my bag down and just be like, Rafa, get out of there, and I'm gonna empty it out and be like, okay.
You see Rafa jumps out and kind of has like a, like Rafa was almost like trying to get out of the bag. As it gets out, it kind of takes like a few deep breaths, just like expanding its chest like a frog would almost.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
And yeah, you get this just like putrid smell coming from your bag.
I'm just like shaking it out, and like all I see is pretty much all I have is my
Yeah, I mean,
bedroll, and then that
yeah, you
the
you start dumping
arm.
this. Yeah, you start dumping this out. I mean, you have like your commoner's clothing. You have your you have a diamond in there. You have your mess kits. Your you have some items in there. But as you do,
I'm just gonna separate everything like next to each other, like separate them all. And at the bottom, I imagine is the
as you
arm.
yeah, as you do this, you eventually get to your pack of rations, and you realize that your rations have spoiled. Now the thing is I granted I don't really hold you guys to like tracking your rations that much, just because not the kind of minutia I like getting into. But you always have like a couple days worth of rations to get you over for however much time you're gonna be away from a town by any means. You've never had your food spoil, and the thing is like the stuff that's in there is very rare to spoil, but somehow like the jerky that's in it has gone moldy. The fruit in it has gotten like soft and squishy, and there is just this like the few pieces of bread that you had with it are likewise moldy.
What kind of check could I throw? Like, just would it be history, insight, if I knew anything or had any kind of previous experience like this?
I would say that would be history, if anything. While you're rolling that, Aaron.
Because I was in the army, essentially. Well, like
yeah,
I'm
I mean
a soldier, so
you were a soldier in Tempest's.
If this ever happened with the same kind of rations, maybe I'll know.
Well, that is being rolled. What are you doing? You see me heading up the staircase here, and Seft is saying that he was gonna go check the upper floor, but is taking the staircase.
Sorry, what is me doing?
Me's going up the ladder that's right in front of you. There is a ladder like right here that leads to the upper floor.
Did you hear me, Lucas?
I did not. What did you say?
You was going to follow me.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right.
Like I said, I was hearing everything. It's just
Yeah.
with the heavy rain and whatever, for some odd reason, it got into the exhaust pipe for our water heater, and it was dripping into the laundry room. So I could hear it dripping. I'm like, what the hell?
I thought you were saying. I thought you were talking about the background.
I thought you
I
meant
was
the background sound
you're
too.
really into your character.
I was like, man, if there's something going on with this audio, tell me, and like we'll fix shit.
Well, that's about it. I heard the water from here, and I'm hearing the dripping because I keep one of my ears uncovered just in case if somebody needs something. And I'm like, is that the game? Is that? So I took my headset off completely and still heard the water. I'm like, oh no.
Okay. That's where the ladder was. My bad. I was looking at the wrong part when I described where the ladder was, because there is another ladder there. Okay, so while that is all going on down in the one library, Seftis and Iluna, you guys head upstairs. As you do, you walk into this open room. Me and you, likewise, you guys walk up the staircase here. You can see that up on this floor, there is a bit more rubble, as was described by Galio, where up here on the scaffolding, it's fairly rickety. There is a winch at the very top on the floor above you guys, on the very top floor, that could be used to raise and lower timber and masonry. You imagine this is what they're using to get things in and out of there. But additionally, when you guys look into this area and over here, you can see that there is a closed door here, like just barely behind the rubble. It's pretty much buried there. But Seftis and Luna, you guys see very much the same thing. Over in this other room, you can see that this room is just filled to the brim with rubble and debris that is closing off these areas.
Can I start shifting some of the rubble?
Yeah, roll me a strength check. So you start to like push a little bit of around, seeing if you can clear anything out. With how heavy these pieces are, almost the entire upper floor on this corner has basically collapsed down into here. As you start shifting it around, you can see that more of the upper floor like kind of crackles down into here. Just looking at everything, you all, those of you that are up here kind of get this sense that it would take a good, a good, like, for one person, it would take you almost a week to clear this out. So even with like all of you spending this time, you would not be able to clear this out, in any short amount of time.
Be like a day. So if can anime fly above it?
Yeah, she can. I mean, she can fly out and above if she wants.
And where can we see? We can see me and you, and the ladder.
Yeah, they're just standing. So I messed up. I said that there was a ladder. I said that they came up this ladder. This ladder actually goes up to the next floor. They came up the ladder that was down here, and then walked up around. So that was my bad. I was looking at the wrong map whenever I was looking at that initial ladder.
And here's a what?
This is just a massive pile of rubble. Like you can see,
rubble.
you can see
Does
there's
anyone have like a conclusive spell or anything?
I mean, there are essentially what you might be thinking of would be something that would push, which I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
The only thing that I could really say is that Luna and Seftis, you guys can see there's an archway right here. Like just the way that the ceiling is designed, the way that that wall's designed, it's similar to the one that was over here, but it's just completely buried with rubble.
We have a general idea what's up here though. Like they told us the planar beacon is this floor?
No, this is the floor that had Galio's bedroom.
His bedroom.
But nobody has been able to access it. This is what the guards were working on, and this was the floor where they saw the ghost.
Okay. Does Anime sense any ghosts then? Since she seemed to sense the one before.
She's just kind of uneasy and a bit of, but she does not sense anything.
And we know there's a room here because the bedroom's supposed to be around here somewhere.
As far as you know, but to be able to get to it where you imagine it might be, with how like rickety this place is, it would take you, like I said, a fair amount of time to try and dig stuff out to try and get into there. Me and you.
You said there's an archway at the top. Is there anything fit through it?
Sorry.
No, it's just more that you guys can see the design of an archway. It's leading you to believe that there might be a doorway in here, like buried underneath all the rubble.
Okay, so there's nothing we can put in there that's little.
Right.
Something tiny can crawl through.
Correct.
Okay.
Me and you, roll me perception checks.
All right.
All right, never mind then.
We don't see any ghosts.
You don't see anything that I thought of.
Perceive nothing.
While you guys were heading up there, and Albina is coming to the realization that her food has spoiled. Albina and Smith, what are you guys doing? Hannah, Smith. What was that, Smith?
I was being an Oscar.
Oh man, I can't understand a word you're saying.
Sorry, my mic was on. I had my mic off and my thing on mute. Sorry.
I'll ask if you read that
It's so hard to understand.
Yeah,
You'll ask if what?
Yeah, that's all I'm hearing is you'll ask Albina something. Oh, he asked if you're ready to go upstairs.
Yeah, I'm kind of just gonna shake off all my stuff and throw them in, and I'm gonna collect Rafa.
Yeah, you grab Rafa. She kind of pushes all that spoiled food off to the side. It just like clatters there on the ground as you gather up everything in. Just do me a favor and go ahead and remove all of your rations from your inventory.
Okay, let me see. I forgot to even have those. How do I remove them? I just click on it and then hit 0.
Yeah, well, you can click it and you can hit delete if you
want.
want.
Oh, I think I deleted the whole ration in general.
It would be. You can always add rations later on.
Okay.
Yep.
All
right. Smith, yeah, you're trying to figure out, why her food may have spoiled, but you didn't see any spell cast. There was no like magic imbued into them. So you're not exactly sure what this is, and with everything that's kind of been going on, you're leaning more and more towards this being, something more outside the realm of like pure arcane understanding. Something that has more to do, if this place is actually haunted, something to do with that.
What does a clairvoyance scroll do exactly?
You mean a scroll of clairvoyance? It allows you to cast the clairvoyance spell.
And what is that going to do? Like,
so the spell of clairvoyance, you create an invisible sensor within 1 mile of you, in a location familiar to you, or in an obvious location. It remains in place for up to 10 minutes and can't be attacked or otherwise interacted with. You can choose hearing or seeing, and you can use the chosen sense to view through or hear through the sensor as if you were in that space. You can then use an action to switch between hearing and seeing.
Like the room that we were in. I mean, how familiar? I'm not sure. Like, it has to be somewhere I know really well? Or...
No. So it can be an obvious place that is unfamiliar to you. So, this could be something like, behind a door, around a corner, something like that. That would be an option. So you have this spell, as a scroll, and it is a cleric spell, which means that you are eligible to cast it.
Okay, yeah, I just noticed I had that, and I wasn't sure exactly how I could use that, but okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, so with that, do you guys head upstairs?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow Smith.
Okay.
But Rafa's going back in her ball.
Okay.
After she gets rinsed, wiped off and everything.
Yeah. All right, so you guys head upstairs. It's at this point you see the others standing up here looking at all of this rubble and debris. Yeah. You're all up on the same floor.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I guess we're guessing Thalavar, the other bedrooms up here under the rubble, near the rubble, by the rubble. Oh, my mouse died.
I have to check something.
So, Luna, would Luna have told Albina about how her how Anime was
Yep.
feeling, etc.?
Oh yeah, you were there. You were there whenever the stone came off of her and everything.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
I just keep thinking about that. That's why I wasn't
She's just
sure.
feeling. She's feeling uneasy about where we're at.
Hey,
So
Lucas.
There's another level, yeah, we can go up to.
There is another level. Yes,
There is.
Jared.
Am I able to use my ghost step to go through the rubble and check out the room?
yeah, I was gonna
That's
say maybe
definitely an
face
option.
step too.
I'll look
But
to
I
the
would
group and
put
be like,
Anime in my ball.
yeah, I'm like, I can check out the room.
Face.
I've managed myself in sticky situations before.
Where's Ghost Step?
It's from my ghost step tattoo.
Yeah, I was.
Ghostly form. This tattoo has 3 charges. It regains all expended at daily at dawn. You have resistance, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. You can't be grappled or restrained. You can move through creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain. If you end your turn in a solid object, you take 1d10 force damage. If the effect ends while you're inside a solid object, you instead are shunted to the nearest unoccupied space and you take 1d10 force damage for every 5 feet traveled.
Okay.
So this is where it's going to be like, I know it's a turn, and a turn is considered 6 seconds, but since it's being used out of combat, I didn't know how you would work
It's still your footing. That's the main thing. It's more about your distance traveled.
Still 30 feet.
Yeah, so it's also difficult terrain.
So it's 15 feet.
Yeah, right. So you would have 15 feet. So you would have to tell me, like where you would want to go, from what you can see, and then I will let you know, what the case there is.
From what I can see, with the rubble and everything else, I would probably want to go where Septus is and see if I can't just phase through the wall. Assuming that's where the room still is.
Did you want me to come with you? Wait, can I even face step?
You
because
cannot.
I can't see.
You can't see the space.
That's what I was.
Yep.
Okay. Good luck. That's what I was gonna ask before he suggested his thing. If I can even face step, so.
Yeah. So figuring everybody, kind of collects up into here. You walk over here. While this is happening, you use your tattoo. You all kind of see this tattoo on his skin slightly glow, and then his body becomes incorporeal. And while this is happening, Septus, for the blink of an eye, you have this moment in your head of the tower, like all of this rubble picking back up and reforming into its whole state. You can see that there would be a door here, and you can see that, this room extended further out. And then you take that second, you see this happen, and then you look again, and it's just back to normal. And it's at that point that you can see me turning invisible, walking through the wall.
Okay.
Would you tell anyone? Or would you keep it to yourself?
Yeah, like in like the in a
I don't
brief,
know. I'd tell anyone.
Yeah, in a brief moment, you just watched this entire building, like, before your eyes, reform back to its original glory, and then, Warforge is, not necessarily blinking, but, like, you blink, and then it's back to back to the state you've known it in.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd tell anyone for the second vision that I just had.
Yeah.
I'd probably just be trying to process what I just saw, I guess. Be like, I guess, see you later, invisible dude.
Yeah, you walk through this wall. As you do, you enter into a room. This room has a bed. There is a large mass of rubble that is filling this hallway out here. A lot of it has kind of flowed in. And you can actually hear inside of here the sound of wind coming from down this hallway. But as you look around the room, like I said, this place is fairly ruined, but the main things that are here is a bed and a writing desk that's up against the one wall. On the desk, you can see that there are some unfurled papers. There's a book as well as a couple ink pots.
Interesting. And that's all I see in here?
That is pretty much what you see in there, yeah.
Am I able to squeeze around the rubble in this to go further down the hall?
Being that you are small, you are able to get a look around the corner, but just barely. You are able to see that there is a broken window down at the end of that hallway.
That's interesting. Not much else in here. Or I guess this used to be one of the rooms. Can I roll an investigation to see if I see anything else or perception or whatever, or what I see is what I get?
I mean, roll me perception to kind of take in a little bit of the room itself.
Solid 9.
Like I said, the bed seems to be in mostly disrepair. The writing table, like I said, there is a book that lies open on it. And you can see there are some ink pots next to it.
Can I investigate the book? Is it just an empty book? Like, I scroll through the pages, there's nothing in it?
So roll me an investigation check, and I will give you possibly 2 pieces of information.
18.
Okay. So you walk over, you look at the journal that's laying on here, and as you do, something actually kind of stands out to you. The 2 ink pots that are sitting next to it, there's also a quill. These look like ink eventually dries up. These ink wells, these ink pots, still have viable ink. And in fact, when you look at the journal, something stands out to you. It's the same color ink that was staining Galio's robes.
Are we about to Tom Riddle this shit?
I get the reference, but no.
Am I gonna write in this book and start seeing mysterious images from the past?
No. But as you look into the journal, you are able to see that it is a journal. And what it is as you thumb through it, the journal belonged, you can see that this journal belonged to the wizard Thalavar, and it details the studies that he conducted inside the tower using a device known as the planar beacon. The light of this artifact drew creatures from across the planes and trapped them inside the tower for his study. This journal reveals how Thalavar's beacon unearthed a powerful magic item named the Ruin Stone. Thalavar devoted himself to acquiring it, but whether he found it or not is not said in this journal. But you note the things that stand out is that the entries stop here for over 100 years. The dates on the entries and the freshness of the ink revealing that later entries have been made in just the past few days. Thalavar in this journal describes how he visited a ruined version of his tower in his dreams each night. That in this dead world, he's drawn to a pile of rubble in the ruined chamber where his beacon once lied. Each time, though, that he draws closer to this rubble, a terrible dread holds him back. Thalavar wishes that his fairy servant Soapwort was here to assure him that he's dreaming, but the fairy never shows up, call out to him as he might. Thalavar prays that these nightmares will end soon so that he may resume his studies in peace.
Yay, he just kind of folds up the book, grabs the quill, writes on the desk. I'm taking this journal, signed me, just in case if the guy comes back in his streams. Pats his pocket going, all right, little fairy buddy, hopefully you can protect me as you attempted to protect him. And he puts the book into his bag and he goes to phase back through the wall to tell him the information of what you just told me.
All right, so make sure that you utilize 2 uses of your ghost step tattoo.
Yep.
Yeah, after a couple minutes, you guys see me step back through this wall.
So, basically everything Lucas just said, just with a little bit of added flavor.
Yes.
The beacon might be at the very top of this tower, which is why this place might be not so much haunted as it's pulling people from every plane of existence.
But the fairy.
Oh yeah, the fairy will protect us. He pats his pocket again.
What you have? You've collected all the fairy bones.
He did. He put all the fairy bones into his pocket.
Yeah, I own all of the
That's a
fairy bones
That's
in my
a lot
pocket.
of bones.
It is.
I mean, like,
Make some good bone broth.
fairies are. I thought fairies were small, not tiny.
The
As in
thing
they
is
would
that this
be a
thing was
pretty big
small,
pocket.
so it is. He does have like the bones of it. I mean, most of them were crushed and pulverized.
Yeah, it's whatever bones he could salvage,
Yeah.
just so he can like show up to Aubrey and be like, "Hey, you used to have a Sprite in a bottle. Here's some fairy."
Here's fairy bones. Yeah.
I have a Sprite in a bottle.
So yes, like I said, that I posted what you guys are able to gather from Thalavar's journal over in the chat.
But does he tell us about the ink? The ink
Oh,
being
yeah.
the same color as. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Good.
very much say how the ink's fresh and everything, and
Yeah,
this
and
is
which-
weird.
And which when you guys if
So
do you pull out the journal and like show them everything?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you guys would note whenever he mentions this, the journal is written in purple ink, and that was the same color that was staining Galio's robes.
yeah, that's what I was getting at. So Galio isn't telling us everything, or isn't remembering everything. He says he has trouble.
Or he
sleeping.
just uses the same ink because that's what the person here used to use, and so forth.
Smith
Well, maybe we
and
can ask him about the ink.
Smith and you roll me Arcana checks.
I also partially remember him saying about using a special magical ink because it doesn't fade over time and so forth. So this could just be that ink.
Well,
Smith,
I
Aaron.
think he was saying all magic arcana ink don't fade.
Smith, I will say with like with your detect magic, the ink that is in this book, you're not gathering any arcane essence from it, like not even a residual amount. And it comes like you
I think
have
at this point, sorry.
Oh, if you're fine. You kind of have this thought in that moment that if Galio was using ink of any kind, because of what you talked to him about and what he has to his collection downstairs, one, he wouldn't be using ink that, doesn't have some kind of essence to it, but also, how would he get to that ink? So it's like your talk with him about the inks kind of triggers that thought.
So essentially, it's not the same thing.
You sound like you are scuba diving, my friend.
Who?
Hold your breath.
It's maybe the rain, the thunderstorm. We're having a bad one right now.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm hearing it outside.
Yeah, because it just passed. It just
I was
got
saying
past
it passed,
me.
but yeah.
It just passed me, considering the flooding of my laundry room.
Okay, there's Aaron. Whew.
Yeah, sorry, I restarted my computer because it would just fucking stop and freeze and
Gotcha.
stop. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just reset this.
All right. So yeah, Smith is going to let the group know, what he knows about the ink that if since Galio is a scribe, he's a member of the Order of the Scribes. This ink, if Galio was using it himself, it should have some magical essence to it. Or if Galio is making a choice to use this, it would have some kind of magical essence. And then what were you going to say, Steve?
So
I was just going to say that Septis would probably relay his vision, I guess, to the group after hearing about the ink and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, Septis tells you guys he has a vision of the tower being rebuilt in up to its original glory, and then just blinks and it's back to what it was.
can ghosts affect the Warford?
Who knows?
Who knows? So, if Smith tells us that he feels Gallia would only use magic ink, and that if he's getting this purple ink on him, it's not magic ink, the purple ink.
The purple ink in the book is showing no signs of arcane essence.
Okay, and if he's got it on him, then he's
It's a sapphire and then a red dragon's blood
Somehow-
mixed.
what?
You're thinking of an amethyst
There's-
dragon.
There you go.
Those are a thing.
Amethyst dragon. No, it just means that he's what? He's writing in this journal, or he's touching the ink, or touched the journal, or something. Is that what we're thinking?
This could be the reason why he doesn't sleep at night. It's because he's having nightmares of his past life of writing in this journal.
But not past though.
That we know of.
Some of
Detect
some of it's
magic.
dated
Does that?
I said past life, not past as in a few days. I said past life of he's being haunted by an old self. That's making him write these, and then he doesn't remember them because it's not him.
Does
He's being
detect magic?
haunted.
Can it tell if someone's cursed?
Detect magic can only detect magic senses whether or not a magical aura is present. So, like on an object or on a creature that bears it, it'll tell you what the school of magic is. But like some stuff, there is some stuff that is magic, and there is some stuff that seems magical, but it is not
Yeah.
necessarily magic.
Are my spirit guardians gone so far?
Yes,
Or
your
they-
spirit. Yeah,
okay.
your spirit guardians have been gone. In fact, I did not give you. I made the DM decision for Albina to dispel them the moment Galio came into sight, because that spell was cast while Galio was out of sight and would have murdered him.
Same with Iggy too, actually.
Same with
Murder
Iggy.
hobo.
So the moment you heard Iggy coming up, I had it in my mind that I'm not gonna sit here and punish you for that and watch you kill potentially Iggy and Galio. So
No, yeah,
I had
thank
it be
you.
that Albina dispelled it the moment they came into the area.
She
Okay.
heard them.
Murder hobo.
Um,
I think we should go. I think I should go see if
did
Galileo has a curse on him.
me tell us about the window?
Oh no, I forgot to tell you about the window. I'll tell you about the window though. About how there's a broken window.
I mean, I don't know how useful that is. Because it leads. I didn't understand that. He could see a window. Is it all blocked by rubble still, or?
Nope.
Yes.
It's well, yeah. I mean, it's for him to get down the hallway. He would have had to have like climbed up around the rubble, like where the rubble was filling in. He would have had to have climbed up around it, but there was enough room for him to at least like get up, look down there, and see that broken window.
But it could be a way in for the rest of us somehow if we felt the need to go back in that room for some reason.
If you could
Or
somehow
no.
figure out a way to get into that window, because keep in mind, you guys are on the 3rd floor.
Levitate.
Use me carpet.
So
What'd you say?
I guess I
Septis?
was missing that the window wasn't on the same floor.
No, the window's on the same floor.
Okay.
Here for what it is, for what it's worth. This is kind of what you guys are. That's the bottom right of that picture is where that broken window is. Again, that's on the same floor that you guys are on, three floors up. So. All right. So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I guess our choices are up. There's a ladder, right?
There's
the
a
other
ladder and the
We
staircase.
know the planar beacon. Oh, they both would take us to the top floor.
Yeah, the spiral staircase takes you guys the whole way to the top. The ladders on the scaffolding, though, just takes you to those parts of the scaffolding.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So we either go
Go
up
up then, I guess.
or with Albina's interest in checking to see if Galileo is a curse or something. I mean, he seems to be tied to this journal, even if he doesn't remember or doesn't want to tell us about it yet. I guess we could, oh no, go up. But anybody disagree, I guess?
Oh, I'm more
No,
interested
okay,
on what
it's
this
okay.
machine is.
The plane, what machine?
The planar
The
beacon.
planar beacon,
Yep.
which is up, as far as I'm aware.
As far as you guys know.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I mean, according to the
am I under the
Galileo and
understanding that
everyone.
everybody's heading upstairs?
Yep.
Yep.
Be the last one.
Okay. I'm just gonna do this because it's easiest. So,
I mean, guess I'm forming a backup plan where Anime tries to fly through the window. But we'll hold on to that one.
We
Alright.
could get someone up there on the magic carpet probably if we needed to.
Oh,
that's true.
that's a good other backup plan.
All right. Once you guys get up to the top, you are now in just the direct elements. The rain and thunder kind of picking up on you as it gets heavier as you guys are standing out underneath these thunderstorms. This area up here, what
Like
used to
real
have what used to have a roof at one time, this chamber is now in ruins and open to the sky. You can see along the walls there appears to be what would have been like prisoner cells of some kind, with broken bars and that are bent open, as though whatever creatures or whatever things were in here somehow broke out at one point. But there is rubble and debris filling this area.
Is this at the far right? Is that just something they use to bring all the
Yes, that's the
rubble up and down or whatever? The
yeah,
tools
yeah,
and stuff?
that's that winch.
So we
Oh,
don't see the beacon.
No,
Guess
like I
the
said,
machine collapsed and went straight through the building.
the entire thing, this entire space up here is filled with rubble and debris. So like like other than seeing the old prisoner cells that were on the walls, you guys don't see anything that would stand out as a beacon.
Hmm. Yeah, and no warnings from Anime and her ghost sense.
No. Her ghost sense, she's
I had to call it something.
My spider sense is tingling.
I mean it's just that it's that thing that like, animals do when they're in the presence of a spirit. They just kind of like, like a cat hisses or a dog,
I know it's
barks at a
there.
corner.
Or a bird turns to walk,
She
apparently.
does. And Anime does not have a permanent detect good and evil going on.
Oh, I didn't say it was that intense. She just
Yeah.
gets the heebie-jeebies easier.
Yeah, she doesn't
than we
have
do.
she doesn't have
notices
divine
something a bit
sense.
faster.
Unless you want to train her in levels of paladin, she becomes her own creature. She's not going to have divine sense.
Oh yes. No.
I wouldn't
Um,
get any of that
listen.
ability until at least level 11.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's just a bunch of rubble. I
It's
assume
a-
Smith's not detecting any magic.
Smith is
I
not
mean,
detecting.
it's on.
Smith is not detecting any magic.
I say we head back down and let's have a chat with our good old scribe.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
That's either that or more of us try
Damn.
to get in the room through the window somehow. The room that had the most clues. Maybe we missed something, or maybe you missed something. Me, whoever was there.
Well, hey, if the guide's
Yes.
if the last entry is from 100 years ago, that guy's probably long been dead, so
No,
probably could be a ghost
it
coming and
isn't real.
going.
That's not how he said it, is it?
He
They're
said
more
he's cursed
recent.
with nightmares, but that doesn't mean this stupid planar shift machine, whatever, isn't just pulling from his plane of existence, bringing him to the future. Because he said he's seeing a desolate wasteland with his destroyed tower. Sorry, Deadland,
Yeah,
not desolate
but-
wasteland.
Yeah, I was gonna say, arguably,
Yeah,
he
no.
says that he visits a ruined version of his tower in his dreams each night. In this dead world, he is
Yeah.
drawn to a pile of rubble in the ruined chamber where his beacon once lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I thought you said there was an old entry and then some newer ones that are. Is that
There
not
is.
what you said?
The dates on the entries. So there was the old entries that were, you know, about Thalavar's journey and him finding this thing called the Ruin Stone, and then there's about 100-year gap, and then the entries start again with fresh ink just days ago.
Okay. So.
And trust me,
Thalavar-
if I would have had difficulties getting through that rubble, I doubt some guy's gonna be able to go through a broken window and get through that rubble. I'm feeling there's more to this than just some guy breaking into a tower every night.
Well, the journal entries seem to still be written by Thalavar, like same handwriting or something along those lines.
You actually note that the writing in the book is the exact same the whole way through. Like the style of writing. So what are you guys doing?
I do want to roll investigation or perception to see if there's anything different. Like, I'm going to look at the journal and try to piece together old entries with what is around me now. Hence why I'm kind of standing here, because I'm assuming from the looks of it,
So
just from this metal ring, it was definitely holding something that,
with
if
that,
that is a metal ring.
just roll me a wisdom check.
I'm not really good at those.
Well, actually, that would be the same as a perception for
Yeah,
you.
it's a 10.
Okay, yeah,
Why? Why?
What is it that Albina's trying to perceive?
I just kind of want to get an overall idea of.
Like the
I mean, I don't-
space itself?
Oh no, I was just kind of walking over to him with his book. Sorry, just trying to figure out what he was looking at.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm more fascinated by that.
you're fascinated by what?
Just the way that it looks is because it's like there was something here that's no longer here, and almost like it would form a perfect circle.
Those are where like the prison cells were.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry, I was not discreet enough with that. Yes, that is where those were at one time. So now, you know, you take a look at the book, and I'm going to assume that you step back over here so you're not getting the book drenched.
Yes.
The two of you look in this book, you know, as I said it you know, before, you're gaining as much information from it as what I gave you. But you know, the thing that really stands out to you on this is Thalavar describes how he visited a ruined version of his tower in his dreams. In this dead world, he's drawn to a pile of rubble in the ruined chamber where his beacon once lie. Each time he draws close to the rubble, a terrible dread holds him back. So it's like, you know, as you're reading this, Albina, you have this thought, like, this is the you know, proposed chamber where this beacon was. So if these dates in this book are this fresh, and Thalavar is somehow describing this, there potentially is something in the rubble in this chamber on this top floor that is causing that dread.
My thing is, I didn't see any rubble on the map, or am I
Yeah,
just
I
missing
know.
it?
It's like this map is like, even though this is the official one from the book,
Okay.
this whole thing is like rubble. The whole area is like
Okay.
difficult terrain.
That's why. That's what was throwing me off, because I'm like, there's no rubble here. Did it fall deeper into the tower? And that's
And
what was throwing me off.
that's when you realize that up here where you were able to see before, that is why Thalavar's bedroom is completely blocked off, because all of that floor, all of the ceiling that has fallen through has mostly fallen down into there. But on this floor that you're on, the ceiling, the roof that used to be on this thing is destroyed. It has fallen onto the floor. So there is rubble and debris all over this place.
Okay.
Guys, we gotta search through here every inch, and then we gotta search
Yep.
through the rubble downstairs.
We need to find. I'm trying to sort of remember back to when Iluna met the Wraith. Nope, that's not what she was.
You mean Vildara? The Banshee?
Valdara. The Banshee.
You mean her grandmother?
Yes. Yeah, her grandma.
Uh-huh.
So friendly and nurturing. I can't remember how we got rid of her, but was her remains there? Or she just haunted the place because she was a bit angry?
God, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has
Do me a favor. Anyone who is searching this place, go ahead and roll me strength checks and perception. Or actually, sorry, do strength checks first. Strength checks first. My bad.
strength checks.
3.
Oh, I had a 17, then a 3.
Why
I
was
guess I can
athletics
help out.
rolled?
Haven't really been doing much heavy lifting with you guys.
I'm doing this. Me's just kind of mumbling. It's like, come on, Captain, you gave me one vision. At least you can show me something else here. Be the least you could do for leaving us all for damned.
All right. Cephas, roll me a perception check.
I don't know why I did a save. I don't know.
Ugh.
Also waiting on you. Okay. And Smith. Waiting on if Smith is helping out with this. You there, Smith?
On mute, maybe. Not realizing.
Smith. Oh, he's messaging me. Okay. One moment. For favor. Ah, gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You guys spend a couple minutes. You know what? Aaron, do you want me to roll for you? Gotta love D&D Online. You can play across the country. You're gonna have internet connections.
What's an internet connection?
I'm going to assume. I'm only going to assume that Aaron is going to, attempt this.
Penis.
Okay, are you helping them clear up the rubble? Before your internet cuts out, buddy? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, so.
Can we use your roll?
Yeah, we'll use mine.
Yeah, can we use Lucas's?
Yeah, that's fine. Roll me a perception check.
Why did I see these checks? Why am I throwing? I threw a.
You get a little chat game log in the top right of your character sheet. You can see everybody's. I have them on a different window.
I don't know why I did a. Oh, I threw a savings throw.
Yeah, but it's the same thing for you. It's you have a +2, which is something I double checked.
Okay, thank you. Because I was like, where? Why? You know what? They're literally right in front of my face. Thanks.
So you guys are going through trying to clear up as much rubble as you can. You see me is struggling with some of these. Most of this is like the roof of this building. It's not like some of the smaller rocks. Iluna, same thing, having a little bit of a struggle there. Cephas, you're moving this stuff very, very easily. You glance over, you see Albina is moving them, and she's doing a fair, a good effort at it. Same with you. And that's whenever you see a spectral hand appear that Smith is controlling as he casts Mage Hand to move some of the smaller rocks out of the way as to not dirty his own hands.
I'm casting Minor Illusion to pretend my hands are a shovel.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys do take some time to do this. I'm going to say about, 10 minutes go by, and eventually you, through some of the rubble and debris that you're clearing, you are able to see that underneath where you're digging is a skeleton. You can see some bone sticking up, or coming through the rubble.
Can I tell what kind of skeleton it is?
I'm going to say this is a human foot. It looks like a humanoid foot, no claws.
Sweet, a foot.
I'm going to stealthily put it in my bag.
You try and, you do. It breaks off from the femur and, leg that it's connected to.
Are you not going to tell the rest of the group? You piece of shit.
I'm putting in the bag to give to you later. Shut up.
I understand that part, but we gotta find the rest of the skeleton here, Chief.
Nobody needs to know.
Okay. Do me a favor, Aaron. Roll me a sleight of hand check.
None of us noticing.
Okay.
Because, I don't know, just because
I'm
Luna
tired, fuck
can't
you.
lift any of these rocks doesn't mean she's not watching everything.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be contested against another sleight of hand.
Taught him everything he knows. Bullshit.
So, yes, because he rolled an 18, it is Iluna who glances over and sees you picking something up that appears to be made of, this white material, and then quickly stowing it into his bag before he continues on cleaning up some of the rubble.
Ew. I would just ask him what you found. Or help him clean that area, because clearly, I don't care that he stashes anything. But I know what we're looking for, so. Did you find. It seems he found something?
I found a leg.
Is this where we need to concentrate?
I found a leg
Human.
and I kind of lifted up it a little bit.
Yeah, he lifts up. You can see the leg of a humanoid underneath this rubble and debris. It'll only take a couple minutes of concentrated effort for the group to unearth what you see to be a human skeleton.
Does it have clothes?
They are tattered,
You know,
torn, and
lizard kind of
mostly
clothes.
they're tattered and torn, and mostly at this point just faded away. You only see scraps of some cloth.
Well, loud guess to who this is.
Who would this be?
Probably our ghost. I mean, it wasn't a fairy ghost. Unless it was a fairy ghost.
Can I tell if this skeleton is human or male or female?
Roll a survival check. Nope.
Okay.
What about the rest of us?
I mean, if you want to, you can roll a survival check as well.
Survival.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say with the state that this thing is in, even with like a 16, you are not able to determine it. Like much like the skeleton that you guys found in on the first floor, the body has been mostly pulverized. It has been out here for untold, time. So you are not really able to determine much beyond that it was the body of a humanoid. But as you're unearthing it and as you're looking at it, you hear a voice in your ear.
Oh no.
And it is
It was just a prank, Captain. It was just a prank.
It is a high-pitched voice, and it says, Thalavar. And
oh no.
upon you hearing that, that's where we're going to call it for tonight.
Hey, the fairy is talking to me.
Is your fairy?
See, I told you guys I should have put it in my pocket.
Do you tell any of us?
Well, he can tell all of you next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Well, shit, now I can't sell the fairy. Now
Nice.
I kind of want to keep it for other future
Good night, you
references.
guys. And
Good night, Hannah. Feel better.
I will see you in a month.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
so
enjoy
yeah,
your
that'll be
vacation.
something I'll be messaging out to the group. We might potentially be finishing up the Wizard of Drury Lane on our next scheduled P5. Or I might come up with something else. Who knows? I'm always looking across the internet. By the way, for those of you out of the loop, if I haven't told you, on our next session, I will be a married man because I'm getting married on Thursday.
Congrats!
So
I'm off on Thursday. I'll be there.
So that is God damn it, no.
Wedding crasher.
Stay the fuck away.
He's gonna object. Don't let him in.
Jared.
Don't let him in.
Jared.
Kaylee already tried. First thing